Chapter 1173. I'll add more updates for leader Goot underscore. In the afternoon, the tail feather team was ready to set off again and return to the Fengdu district. In the forest, Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity World, and the members of the tail feather team swarmed out. Xie Yin looked around and sensed the gloomy environment. Jiang Shao said, "There's a deep pit 100 meters ahead. It's one of the 8 directional hell. 6 tails, be careful." Gu Shiren did not turn around and simply waved his hand. Jiang Shao nodded at Xie Yin, and everyone moved forward quickly. As he walked through the wilderness, pitch-black flames gradually ignited on Xie Yin's body. However, he remained expressionless. The dense astral power covered his body and protected his pitch-black military uniform well. A few pitch-black shadows spread out from his body and explored the surroundings. It was a shadow star technique that had been upgraded to a higher quality. In the morning, Jiang Shao had replaced all the star slots that Xie Yin could use to improve his star technique. He also gave him the Body of Desperation star technique to ensure his safety. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it, right? Perhaps because it was close to the 8 directional hell, there were no demons or evil spirits in the forest. Without a doubt, the 8 directional hell was the most forbidden place in the Fengdu district, and no living creature would be willing to provoke the 8 types of hell ghosts. Everyone walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down, but they could not see the end of it. It was not that the pit was deep, but rather that it was filled with a dark fog that made it impossible for them to see the bottom at all. They could also vaguely hear the shrieks of a few ferocious ghosts. Jiang Shao said, "First echelon, go down and take a look." Without hesitation, the great sage leaped up and stuck the rod in his hand into the wall of the pit. He then supported himself with one hand and slid down rapidly. Xia Yin and Gu Shi were wearing cloaks while Second Last was riding Xiao Xiao. They all floated up and chased after the great sage. Above their heads, the humming whale swam slowly and was connected to Second Last's vision. They were looking at everything below. The 4 of them slid down nearly 100 meters and finally landed at the bottom of the pit. Jiang Shao frowned and said, 100 meters. That's too deep. Let's go." Jiang Shao put away the humming whale and led a group of people in cloaks and riding on Pegasi in a flash. At the same time, Jiang Shao had an ominous premonition. Although he could teleport with his men, how did the strange man carry the 8 directional hell devils out of such a deep pit and force them to the place where the tail feathers were? All his star techniques, what are they? As everyone appeared at the bottom of the pit, little Chongyang was shocked and hurriedly covered his mouth with his small hands. In front of the great sage's group of 4 stood a figure as thin as a bamboo pole. It lowered its head and did not say a word. Its body was still trembling slightly. The scene was eerily quiet. Jiang Shao shot I Ching-shun a look, and I Ching-shun took the hint and raised his hand to cast a golden blessing. The trembling figure tilted abruptly, and at the same time, it raised its head abruptly and stared at I Ching-shun with its blood-red eyes. It then roared furiously. Fu Hei didn't say a word and directly went silent. Ugh! The hell devil's shrieks stopped abruptly, and it scurried to the side like a ghost in an attempt to get out of the range of silence. The physique of a diamond-quality creature was really incredible. In fact, even the members of the tail feathers couldn't keep up with it. Most of them couldn't, but Second Last, Jiang Shao, and Marta could. In particular, Second Last, who was already in the later stages of the Starry Sky stage, was extremely outstanding not because of her violent star techniques, but because of her almost explosive physique. As soon as Marta flashed, Second Last was already in position. Everyone felt their vision blur, and at the edge of the invisible submersion, Second Last had already pierced the Hell Devil's chest with her mistblade. The Hell Devil struggled frantically on the mistblade, but he was lifted into the air. Second Last frowned slightly and turned around to look at Jiang Zhao's position. Jiang Shao understood and walked towards Second Last to open the door to the world of the Calamity Shadow. Behind the door was also the pit of hell in the land of Sichuan. Blessing, Jiang Shao yelled. I Ching-chun's blessing landed on Hell Ghoul's body, and Hell Ghoul, who had been lifted into the air by second last Mistblade, clutched his head tightly and seemed to be shrieking. However, he couldn't make any sound in the domain of silence. Second last swung her hand and threw the Mistblade and the Hell Devil's body into Jiang Zhao's world of the Calamity Shadow. As the Mistblade left his hand, it also shattered and the Hell Devil's injuries began to recover rapidly. Jiang Zhao, who had caught a Hell Devil, licked his lips excitedly and said, "This should be the oil pot Hell Devil. It can pour boiling oil on people." Jiang Zhao smacked his lips and said, "Unfortunately, it's star power oil. Otherwise, cooking would be fuel efficient." Everyone was speechless. At the back, Xie Yin asked, "That's it?" Jiang Zhao turned around awkwardly and said, "You're in for it later." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao felt second last pressing her hand against his chest and pushing him backwards. Jiang Zhao frantically retreated with second last and turned around, only to see layers of dark fog surging towards them. Jiang Zhao was shocked and said, "The tragic Hell Ghost is the only one among the 8 Hell Ghosts that can control the mist. Second last, seventh last, Wither, Frost, Wind. Physical fog break." Second last raised the blade of mist in her hand again and abruptly raised her hand. However, Xia Yin slashed down with her sword while Ho Mingming shot an arrow diagonally upwards. In a split second, a frosty wind swept out, and the black fog that was rapidly spreading in front of everyone was quickly blown away. Not far away, there was a figure that was shivering in the cold. The black fog that was wrapped around its body was blown away too, revealing its scarred body. The scars on its body were horrifying. If a person with trypophobia were to see it, they would probably want to die. How much suffering and torture has the tragic Hell Devil gone through? Fu Hei raised his hand abruptly and was about to cast Sound of Silence, but his palm froze in the air. The body that was shivering under the frost wind was actually burning with hellfire. "Forbidden Wind," second last yelled all of a sudden. Xia Yin and Ho Mingming didn't need second last hint at all. As soon as the flames appeared, they cut off the connection with the frost wind. Without the support of star power, the cold wind that should have lasted for a few seconds quickly dissipated. As the hellfire was ignited, the tragic Hell Devil shrieked in pain, and its body trembled even more violently. It was so fast that it seemed to be moving in a flash. Even when it was enduring the pain, it kept its eyes and ears open to all directions, dodging I Ching Chen's blessed light pillar. Jiang Zhao whistled at the masked monk behind him. An illusory mark spread on Xie Yan's body. Above the team, Martha, who had returned, pointed her finger and a red star fell onto Xie Yan's body before revolving around her. The tragic Hell Devil kept moving and a large amount of black fog was directed towards them. However, Xie Yan's figure disappeared quietly. At some point in time, his shadow had already filled the entire area. Bang! A loud noise came from the pitch-black fog. Jiang Zhao had no idea what happened, but the black fog that was surging towards him seemed to have lost the support of star power and stopped surging rapidly. The tragic Hell Devil's body was originally surrounded by crimson hellfire, but at this moment, it was covered with a layer of black flames. It covered its head with its large hands and arched its body slightly while moaning in pain. Xie Yan's posture was almost the same as the tragic Hell Devil's. His hand that was burning with black flames was also covering his head while his body was arched slightly. He was mumbling in pain. The black flames that covered Xie Yan's body were also dyed with a layer of red flames. The pain of black flames vs the pain of hellfire. It was time to compete and see who was the real king of abuse. 2 seconds later, in the dark fog, the tragic Hell Devil and Xie Xiaohei looked up at each other almost at the same time and looked at each other awkwardly. Xie Yan's body trembled and his eyes were burning with black flames. He slowly spat out 2 words to the tragic Hell Devil. "That's it. SS." The tragic Hell Devil roared at Xie Yin crazily, completely igniting the abyss of the entire 8 directions hell. For a moment, countless ferocious ghosts screamed and approached them. I can't take it anymore. Although it did not understand Chinese, the human in front of it was not afraid of the hellfire's provocation. Even ghosts could not take it anymore. Are you trying to act? Xie Yan's chest lit up with the holy power seal, and his body was surrounded by red stars. His strength and speed had been greatly enhanced. His body was covered in black flames, and his entire body exploded into a huge black pillar of fire. It spiraled up and shot straight up into the sky. If Jiang Xiao saw this scene, he would probably want to take a picture and use it as a screensaver. Bang! Xie Yan's fists collided heavily. He bit the fist belt that was burning with black flames and pulled it up fiercely. It was exactly the same as his pose in the World Cup photo. Xie Yan's body was covered in black shadows. The shadows bloomed like flowers, and his figure quickly shuttled back and forth. Bang! 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 Fight! Since the tragic hell devil had already attracted their attention, Jiang Xiao could not be bothered anymore. He directly summoned the humming whale and the lone whale. The two whales roared and floated far away, outlining the topographic map of the deep pit for everyone. Jiang Zhao's order to the two big fish was to let everyone clearly see the terrain of the deep pit and scan for approaching creatures. However, Jiang Xiao was shocked to discover that the humming whale was connected to the people one by one and transmitted the topographic map to their minds. However, the star-quality lone whale and the higher-quality sea dream connected 3 people at once and transmitted the information. When the whale activated the sea dream star technique to allow itself to communicate with the others, it inevitably shared the emotions and emotions of the 3 people in the whale. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Where did the other 2 emotions come from? The lone whale connected Jiang Xiao and the other 2 people, but Jiang Xiao could only sense their emotions. He didn't know who they were. Anxious? Worried? Everyone has those emotions, right? Jiang Xiao was stunned to discover that apart from anxiety, there was also a depressed, aggrieved, and especially depressed emotion. What do you mean? Is there anyone who's not convinced? Jiang Xiao suddenly remembered that Hong Ming had talked to him once, and she felt that she was competent for the job because she could endure the pain of the hellfire. After Jiang Xiao rejected her, she did not mention it again. It seemed that she had suppressed the matter deep in her heart. However, at this moment, she still wanted to charge forward like Xie Yan. So are those Hong Ming's emotions? At this moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt a burst of ecstasy. In the scanned world of blue lines, Yi Qingchun had already healed the tragic hell ghost who had been pinned to the ground by Xie Yan. It's indeed a diamond-quality, holy power seal. What kind of power is this? Galaxy Xie Yan actually pinned the tragic hell ghost to the ground? Of course, the fact that the battle was in such a state also had a lot to do with the double flames burning on their bodies. Under such a mental state, the one who could endure the pain and torture more, the one whose body was less affected, would have the upper hand. Hong Ming was shocked to discover that she could actually feel the emotions of others. Who is it? One of them was puzzled, while the other was ecstatic. Hong Ming's senses were extremely strong, and her puzzled expression was already written on Jiang Zhao's face. The only one who was ecstatic was Yi Qingchun, who was clenching his fists tightly. The 3 of them were not fools. After discovering that they were mentally connected, they couldn't help but look at each other. Yi Qingchun blushed and lowered her head, feeling very shy as if her heart had been piqued at by others. She realized that after her shyness was perceived by others, Yi Qingchun became even more shy. Then, her face turned even redder and she became even more bashful. What made Jiang Xiao speechless was that Yi Qingchun seemed to have fallen into an endless loop at this moment. Not far away, Xie Yan slowly walked out of the fog, while carrying a tragic hell ghost who had been knocked out by an elbow. He looked at Jiang Xiao and spat out 2 words again. That's it. Jiang Xiao smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. The space door opened and Xie Yan threw the tragic hell ghost in. Damn it, how dare he mock me? Jiang Xiao thought to himself, but he suddenly felt an emotion in his heart. Gloating. Something along the lines of serves you right. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. He turned his head abruptly and looked at Ho Ming with an unfriendly expression. "Shut up." Ho Ming immediately lowered her eyes and did not speak. Under her deliberate control, her state of mind became as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Her ability to adjust was shockingly strong. She was indeed a top-notch warrior. Her ability to adjust was top-notch too. Jiang Shao looked at Ho Ming, who remained silent. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. "What do you mean by Sergi right? You adjusted pretty quickly after provoking me. Huh? Are you going to pretend that nothing happened?" The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more infuriated he became. The flames of anger in his heart surged. Yi Qingchen looked at Jiang Shao and said cautiously, "Pippi, calm down." "You're disturbing me," Second Last frowned and asked. "What happened?" Jiang Shao took a deep breath and restrained his emotions. He then smiled apologetically and said, "Nothing much. I accidentally set little Qingchen's heart on fire just now." Second Last was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao was stunned by his own words. He stroked his chin and thought, TSK. Strange abilities have increased again. Chapter 1174. Half a month later at night. Fengdu Ghost District, 8 Directions Hell. Xian's body was covered in black flames, and he held a pair of Star Force pliers in his hand. He grabbed a Blade Mountain Hell Ghost by the neck and pressed it to the ground. The pincer of star power in his right hand viciously shot toward the Blade Mountain Hell Ghost's mouth. The Blade Mountain Hell Ghost turned pale with fright. However, in terms of strength, he was no match for Xian. The faintly glowing diamond on Xian's chest, the seal of Saint Force, was no joke. Xian, who had been equipped with the diamond body of Death Star technique, did not care about the sea of blades at all. The astral blades that emerged from the ground stabbed into Xian's body, producing crisp sounds. However, they were unable to break through Xian's defenses. Oh! Even though the Blade Mountain Hell Ghost had shut its mouth and nose tightly, the star power pincers in Xian's hand continued to pierce into the Blade Mountain Hell Ghost's mouth. As the pincers tightened their grip, they fiercely pulled out. Whoosh! A long tongue formed from illusory lines was directly pulled out by Xian. It was also at this moment that the hellfire on the Blade Mountain Hell Ghost's body quietly disappeared. It had been silenced. The illusory pincers of star power were called tongue-plucking, and were produced from a star bead of the tongue-plucking hellish ghost of the 8-directional hellish ghost. What did it mean to learn from ghosts to control ghosts? At this moment, Xian was no longer the same person he was half a month ago, competing with the 8-directional hell ghost for the title of King of Abuse. After obtaining the star bead of the tongue-drawing hellish demon, Xian ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and directly absorbed the star bead, completely ignoring the fact that he had absorbed the star bead of Karma Star. The facts proved that Xian won the lottery. He had really absorbed the flame karma technique. Of course, under Jiang Zhao's order, Xian did not activate the flame karma technique. There was no reason for them to stop Xian from absorbing any star techniques of the 8-directional hell ghost. Tongue extraction was a silencing star technique that was rarely seen in the combat series. However, this tongue pulling had too many restrictions. Not only did you have to use it at close range, but you also had to control the target. Even if the target's head shook left and right, it wouldn't work. When he said he would pull out his tongue, he would definitely pull out his tongue. The forceps of star power couldn't pull out anything else. If the tongue couldn't be pulled out, the target wouldn't be silenced. That kind of star technique was a complete icing on the cake star technique, not a timely help. After all, if you wanted the tongue extraction process to be smooth, you had to have absolute control over the target and ensure that the target did not move at all. Now, the problem was, since you already had absolute control over it, why did you keep silent about it? Unnecessary action? The star technique of taking off one's pants and farting was very suitable for Xian to clear up hell for China. Others might not be able to endure the pain of karmic fire, but Xian, can endure it. Other people can't clean up this 8-directional hell, but Xian, can. Jiang Shao has a calamity shadow planet. If he wants to preserve the species, Xian will give it to him. Isn't it just a star slot? I, Xie Yin, am worth sacrificing myself for Jiang Shao and the people of China. For an entire half a month, Xie Yin's inner thoughts were full of activity, but he never expressed any mental state. A true brother is not pretentious. At this moment, the pitch-black fog in this 100-meter-deep pit had already dispersed. As the number of hell ghouls decreased, the gloomy fog emitted from their bodies also decreased. The team cooperated with Xie Yin and the fireworks puppets that were exploding wantonly and had already cleared 3 8-directional hell. Jiang Shao stepped forward and carefully dodged the star power bayonets on the ground. He then opened the door of the Calamity Shadow planet behind Xie Yin. Xie Yin swung his hand back and picked up the star power pliers. He frowned at the illusory long tongue and threw it aside in disdain. Clap, clap, clap. A series of clapping sounds came from the black fog in the distance. As the number of hell ghouls decreased, the area covered by the black fog allowed everyone to know where the hell ghoul was. A white-haired, fat, old man slowly floated out while clapping his hands. Unlike the other skinny hell ghouls, the old man in front of them was rather stout, even though he was surrounded by the ghostly fog. Mortar hell ghoul. Everyone had also discovered the existence of the old man a long time ago. However, having already cleared 3 8-directional hell, they were already experienced and hence did not attack the mortar hell ghoul. The old man had a plump head and big ears, but his face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and in the next moment, a long table quietly appeared in front of everyone. It was not a sumptuous meal, but there was pig head meat, stewed fish, roasted chicken, steamed buns, and even a few jars of decent new hong. Jiang Shao was wrong, really wrong. The shallow knowledge he learned on Earth had led him to mislead little Chongyang. He originally thought that after crossing the bridge of helplessness and passing by Zipa, there would no longer be friendly creatures. This sentence was correct in the lower dimensions. However, Jiang Shao had clearly underestimated the intelligence of the hell ghouls in the alternate dimension. Especially the mortar hell ghost, one of the 8 types of hell ghosts. It was the kind of ghost that wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with you. Instead, when you defeated the other hell ghosts, it would come forward and offer you a ghost feast as a gesture of friendship, begging you to let it go. Xie Yin strode towards the long table and opened a jar of new hong. After the lid was thrown out and left the square table, it turned into star power and slowly dissipated. Xie Yin raised his head and gulped it down in an extremely heroic manner. The wine was tasty but not intoxicating. When the slightly turbid new hong entered Xie Yin's mouth, it turned into layers of thick star power and vitality that replenished Xie Yin's body. Everyone in the team stepped forward to participate in the ghost feast, but no one snatched the wine from Xie Yin. Even if there were a few jars of wine on the table, no one snatched them. Although Xie Yin did not show too much of a reaction, no one could imagine what kind of pressure he was under. At the current stage, Xie Yin was like another Jiang Shao. No matter what he wanted to do, everyone in the team would coax him and give in to him. Unfortunately, Xie Yin was very upright and did not have such petty thoughts. Seeing that everyone was attending the feast, the plump mortar hell ghoul smiled widely. After all, he had eaten the food of others. However, such a smile appeared on the figure that was surrounded by ghost fog, making it seem like he was sneering. Back then, when they first had the ghost feast, they were still a little unused to it. Smack! Ho Mingming placed a hard-boiled egg on the table and peeled it gently while staring at Jiang Shao warily. After realizing that Jiang Shao had the intention to lean over, Ho Mingming stopped peeling the egg shell. Jiang Shao smirked and said he did not expect that the first time he snatched Ho Mingming's egg was in the hotel of the World Cup, but the second time he snatched her egg was in the abyss of hell in the gloomy Fengdu district. Little Chongyang was holding a roasted chicken in her hand and eating until her mouth was full of oil. However, she did not care about dirtying her clothes. After all, the oil stains would soon turn into star power and fuse into her body. After everyone was full, Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity World and sent the mortar hell ghoul in. He then turned around and looked at everyone. It's almost time. The mission has been successfully completed. Let's take a break. As the mortar hell ghoul left, the messy dining table and food residue in front of everyone turned into star power and dissipated in the air. Second last turned to look at Xie Yan and said, "Join the Tail Feather Brigade." The daughters read, and Xie Yan's arms shattered, and he turned to look at Jiang Shao. Forced recruitment. Jiang Shao hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, it's just an invitation, a friendly invitation." That's how she speaks. Others always think that she's commanding them. Xie Yan said, "I'm tired." Everyone fell silent upon hearing his words. In the past half a month, Xie Yan had been suffering from the double flames almost every day and had very little rest. He had paid a huge price and endured unbearable pain. No one had any objections to him saying that he was tired. In fact, everyone was amazed and full of respect for him for being able to maintain a stable state at this moment. Jiang Shao immediately reopened the door of the Calamity Ruins and said, "Thank you for your hard work, brother." Xie Yan simply waved his hand and strode in without saying anything else. Second last watched the soldier leave silently and thought to herself, "He's indeed a man." However, everyone has their own aspirations and they can't be forced. Jiang Shao managed to find such external help and befriend such a brother, which was something that she dared not imagine before. Jiang Shao looked at second last, fearing that she would be upset after being rejected. Xiao He was stubborn and smelly. After going through life and death with them for such a long time, he didn't even say more than 10 sentences. Besides, each sentence was less than 5 words. Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic. "Where are we going next?" Second last said, "The chessboard area that borders the Russian Federation, Belarus, and Wuji." Slightly stunned, Jiang Shao asked, "Where is that?" Jiang Shao frowned and thought, "I seem to have heard of the chessboard dimensional space somewhere before. I've never learned about it in books. It seems... Oh, right?" Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered that Baze, a member of the original Star Organization, had once mentioned that the dimensional space was similar to the Dragon Cave dimensional space shared by China and the Russian Federation. It was also a mysterious dimensional space that was heavily guarded. It was of the same level as the void dimensional space of China, which had star techniques of the space series. It was a mysterious space that was hidden by humans. The 3 countries were really impressive. They actually managed to hide it from the world despite involving many forces. Jiang Shao reckoned that the star techniques of the creatures there must be terrifying. Seeing that Jiang Shao had a sudden realization, second last couldn't help but nod and say, "Let's go and rest for a day. We're about to enter the combat style that everyone is familiar with. You guys have been holding back for too long. Don't let me down when the time comes." The Great Sage and Ho Mingming were the ones who had the biggest reaction. Upon hearing her words, they immediately nodded. Due to the fact that the 8-directional hell was too special, the 2 of them were indeed fearful and fearful. They were supposed to be powerful attackers, but they had to do the same thing as the Shadow Crows. Everyone entered the shadow of Calamity World one after another. Jiang Shao left second last behind and closed the door before returning to the teaching building in Liaoyan with her. The 2 of them then entered the shadow of Calamity World. Second last said, "I'll go take a look at the prisoner. Call Fu Hei over." Second last then flashed into the dark and damp dungeon. In the pitch-black situation, second last squinted her eyes slightly. In the depths of the dungeon, the man who was tied up on the stone pillar seemed to have lost his breath. She immediately flashed over and pressed her hand against his neck. "He's still breathing?" Second last humphed and stretched her hand out, after which a gust of icy wind blew on the man's face. Although everyone had been busy with their missions, second last had always been concerned about the prisoner. In order to confine the prisoner, Jiang Shou even specially built a dungeon in the depths of the forest by the lake and threw the stranger into it. Second last would routinely come to the dungeon to take care of the prisoner during her break every day. However, to the prisoner's despair, second last never interrogated him again or said a single word to him. In the darkness, every time the prisoner saw the pair of fierce eyes, his heart would be filled with endless despair. Apart from Second Last and Fu Hei, no one else came, and the prisoner had been thrown into the dark dungeon. That method was indeed very destructive, as if there would never be an end to it. He used to be so confident that he would rather die than give in, but now his willpower was crumbling day by day. In recent days, when he saw the ferocious eyes of Second Last, the prisoner realized in despair that he might not be able to take it anymore. It turned out that there were no tough men in this world. There were plenty of people who dared to die when they were hot-headed, but their determination and willpower would eventually be worn out in the endless purgatory. The more terrifying thing was that he knew that he had already given up, but Second Last still didn't intend to ask him. The 8-directional hell was not hell, but the dungeon in front of him was. The 8-directional hell ghosts were not demons either. The one in front of him was. In addition to the dungeon that imprisoned the prisoners, Jiang Shou also built a medium-sized wooden hut for the members of the Tail Feather team, which was located in the forest above the dungeon. After Second Last left, Jiang Shou summoned the 2 big fishes and let them play in the lake. He then flashed into the wooden hut. Ho Mingming, the great sage, Shadow Crow, and Fu Hei lived in the wooden hut. Jiang Shou stood in front of Fu Hei's door and called out, "Fu Hei, what's the matter?" Fu Hei hurriedly opened the door and looked at the clothes he was holding. Jiang Shou reckoned that he was going to wash up in the lake. Jiang Shou asked, "Second Last called you?" "Huh?" Before Jiang Shou could finish his sentence, he turned around and sensed an irritable aura coming from behind him. What's the matter with you?" Jiang Shou asked, staring at Second Last, who had a sullen expression on her face. Second Last said, "He confessed." "Huh? Confessed? What did he say?" Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he frantically asked, "What did he say? What did he say?" Second Last said with a sullen expression, "He said that a foreign old man promised him to help him break through to the star power realm. In exchange, he has to kill you." "Foreign old man? Hope Jenkins." Jiang Zhao's face stiffened, and he exclaimed, "Damn it." He recommended a book by his good friend titled, "I Like Wine, but I Like Your Dimples Even More," which was written for women. Chapter 1175. In front of the lake in the forest, Jiang Shou wrapped his arms around his knees and stared blankly at the 2 big fish in the lake in front of him. There was a sleeping bear lying beside Jiang Shou. Little Candle treated the bear as a trampoline, jumping up and down on its furry back to its heart's content, whimpering as if it would never feel tired. It also seemed free of worries. Little Candle played around for a while before realizing that its owner seemed to be in a bad mood. It blinked its candle eyes and raised its head to look at Jiang Shou curiously. Noticing that Jiang Shou was still staring at the lake with a distracted gaze, Little Candle hopped over from the bear's body and plopped into Jiang Zhao's arms. After being smacked by the chubby boy, Jiang Shou immediately snapped back to his senses and looked at Little Candle, who was constantly rubbing its face against his chest. He couldn't help but smile and pat its soft and smooth body. A tall and slender figure appeared behind him, and a menacing aura made Jiang Shou feel a chill down his spine. Little Candle, who was in his arms, had also shrunk into a ball, clearly terrified. Without looking back, Jiang Shou knew who it was. "It's settled," Jiang Shou said as he rubbed Little Candle and comforted it gently. "Yeah, you said you didn't want that mecha," Second Last said, while wiping the blood on her face. "Yeah." Jiang Shou was in a bad mood, and he answered softly, "There's no value in listening to his star technique. It's very mysterious when I don't know about it, but now that I know about it, it's just like that." Second Last placed her hands behind her back and looked at Xia Yin, who was playing with the 2 big fish in the lake. "What do you plan to do?" "Hee." Jiang Shou smiled bitterly and said, "When this person received the old man's order to assassinate me, I probably hadn't met up with you guys yet, so there was only one assassin. I can tell that the old man just wants to challenge me. He just wants me to improve a little faster, so he only enticed an assassin to come over." Jiang Shou sighed softly and said, "But it's different now. I've met up with the Tail Feather team. Can you imagine how powerful the Star Warriors will be when they're bewitched by him using the method of increasing their strength?" In fact, it's very likely to be a team. Second last looked down at Jiang Zhao's back and said, "What kind of team do you think is worthy of challenging the tail feather team?" Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and said softly, "I learned from the Chinese prisoner just now that there are many star warriors from various countries wandering in the alien ball." Second last interrupted Jiang Zhao and said, "I'm talking about someone who can challenge the tail feather team." Jiang Zhao pondered for a while and slowly said 2 words, "Star conversion." All of a sudden, there was silence by the lake, and the only sounds left were the laughter of Xia Yin, who was playing in the lake. Jiang Zhao said, "I'll leave the team. After all, you guys have to carry out your mission. We can't delay it." Second last asked, "Why do you want to leave the team? Are you afraid of implicating the tail feather team?" Something like that. Jiang Zhao lowered his head and rubbed a little candle in his arms, using its round body as a tool to vent his frustrations. "I'm not implicating you. I'm just afraid that I'll be a burden. With me around, I might interfere with the efficiency of the team's mission." Second last said in a hoarse voice, "So, where are you going? Are you going to hide in the Calamity World?" "No." Jiang Zhao shook his head and said, "If I don't want to disturb the tail feather squad while they're carrying out their mission, I'd better look for that old man and stay by his side to discuss the usage of the Star Warrior era with him or train with him. I'll give him what he wants and get what I want at the same time." Second last took a step forward and stood behind Jiang Zhao. She then said in a hoarse voice, "You shouldn't be the kind of person who gives up easily." Jiang Zhao said, "I didn't give up. I have a lot of doubts about Star Warrior era. Besides, I can always think about training and improving when I'm by his side. The tail feather team won't be delayed by any other forces." Jiang Zhao leaned forward and distanced himself from the person behind him. He said, "Compared to carrying out the mission, my personal matters are nothing. Besides, I'm not going there to suffer. I'm going there to train." Second last looked down at Jiang Zhao and said, "If there's a cloud over your head, you should resist and break it instead of obeying it." Jiang Zhao shifted his butt, turned around, and looked up at second last. "You've misunderstood. I've always been positive and persistent. I've never given up. Our ways of thinking are different. You might not understand my purpose, and you've also misunderstood the angle of my decision." Second last looked at Jiang Zhao thoughtfully and remained silent for a while. She then nodded gently and said, "I don't approve of your suggestion." Jiang Zhao shrugged and said, "So what? Shall we pretend that nothing happened and continue to carry out the mission in the Euro chessboard?" Second last said, "No, that's not right either." Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh?" Second last said, "We'll continue to carry out the mission in the chessboard. 7 tails, and I need the king star beads there. The Chinese army also needs the star beads there in large quantities. However, we won't pretend that nothing happened. After the chessboard, we'll look for Huaxing." Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Is that also one of our missions?" Second last said, "If I say so, it will be. Is she that domineering?" Jiang Zhao wanted to press his thumb on second last nose tip and give her a thumbs up, but the atmosphere seemed a little off. Second last looked at Jiang Zhao with a sullen expression and said, "It's not our style to sit back and wait for death. We can only carry out the mission better if we clear the obstacles." Jiang Zhao pondered for a while and said, "If we take the initiative to attack." Second last nodded and looked up at the lake in the distance. She said, "We should have looked for Huaxing long ago. It's time to put an end to the feud." Jiang Zhao said, "Have you ever thought that if even the top-notch Huaxing can't pose a challenge to us, that old man might take action himself? You know what his ultimate goal is." Second last said, "Focus on the mission in front of us and survive before we talk about the future." Jiang Zhao smacked his lips, unsure of what second last plan was. "Da?" Xia Yin exclaimed all of a sudden. Jiang Zhao turned around, only to see that the back of the lone whale had emerged from the lake and was spraying water droplets. Under the illumination of the sun, a colorful rainbow appeared faintly, and it was extremely beautiful. "Huh!" Jiang Zhao smiled and shook his head. Ever since he put the lone whale in the star map, he had made a promise with it that he would be the only one in its eyes from now on. He reckoned that the lone whale must have sensed Jiang Zhao's emotions and was trying to comfort him. It was just like the little candle that was shivering in Jiang Zhao's arms. Although it had shrunk into a ball after second last arrived, it still wanted to comfort Jiang Xiao and cheer him up before second last arrived. Xia Yin exclaimed, "Jiang Xiao, huh? What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao asked as he looked at Xia Yin, whose head had emerged from the water. Xia Yin looked up at the gorgeous rainbow and yelled, "You said that it called lone whale. Why does its name only have 2 words? It doesn't match the style of your star pet." Jiang Xiao said with a peculiar expression. "Why? Are you going to name it? What should it be called? Lone whale?" Hearing this, Xia Yin glared at Jiang Xiao angrily and said, "What lousy name? How dare you say that?" Jiang Xiao humphed and thought, "Don't you always name it for the eldest generation?" Xia Yin rolled her eyes and said, "Let's call it Poo-Poo Whale." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Xia Yin said excitedly, "How is it? That's how it sounded when it sprayed water droplets and created the rainbow just now." Jiang Xiao was bewildered and thought, "Shouldn't it be called Rainbow Whale? What the hell is Poo-Poo Whale?" Besides, Jiang Xiao hadn't heard of that name in 5 years. In this parallel world, the names of the celebrities in each country were different. Jiang Xiao asked cautiously, "We didn't stutter?" Xia Yin looked at Jiang Xiao curiously and asked, "What are you stuttering about?" "Humming whale, Poo-Poo Whale. How harmonious." Oh, Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and thought, "Good that you didn't stutter. I thought you came from another world like me. This name, I don't even dare to name it. But then again, instead of Poo-Poo Whale, I might as well call it Battle Whale." Xia Yin wrapped the soul of the sea devourer around her body and flashed towards the 2 big shots. She pursed her lips and asked, "How is it? Is this name all right?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Ask it if it's satisfied." Puffed! A sound came from behind and water droplets sprayed all over the sky. The rainbow that had just dispersed appeared again. Xia Yan's eyes were about to pop out, and she kicked Jiang Zhao's buttocks. "Look, it likes it." "Okay." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips in displeasure. As a genius at coming up with names, Xia Yin was overjoyed to have come up with a name for a star-quality king creature. However, when she saw second last's cold expression, Xia Yin hurriedly stopped smiling and said, "By the way, commanding officers, I have something to ask you." Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Xia Yin squatted down and tilted her head to look at Jiang Xiao. "I still have 3 star slots that I can use. I've studied the configuration of my star techniques and the effects of star conversion. I think I should add a purification star technique. What do you think?" Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Do you also want to fill up your star slots quickly in exchange for a high-quality star technique? You have the same problem as little Jiang Xue." Xia Yin panicked and said, "I really want a purification star technique. That's the shortcoming of my star technique system. I didn't need it in the beginning, but now," hearing this, Jiang Xiao fell silent. Jiang Xiao had promised Xia Yin many things. With him around, Xia Yin wouldn't need many things. In fact, the tail feather team now had all sorts of functional star techniques. However, Jiang Zhao's star technique had been sealed, which made Xia Yin lose her greatest support. Xia Yin could tell that the others held a different position in her heart compared to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao said, "That's right. As the number of available star slots increases, it's a good idea for you to develop your own system." Jiang Xiao then looked up at second last and asked, "What do you think?" Xia Yin hurriedly stood up and looked at second last with anticipation. Second last said, "Most purification star techniques have 2 or 3 techniques in 1 star. I can give you the elephant star bead in the chessboard. 2 star techniques in 1 star. Light of heaven, heaven's forgiveness. Due to the limitations of your star map, you can't absorb the light of heaven and can only absorb the purification heaven's forgiveness. In addition, you have to fill your remaining 2 star slots with 2 of the king's star techniques." Xia Yin froze for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "King? The king's star technique in the chessboard? Are you really going to give it to me? Aren't you going to hand it over?" Second last nodded slightly and said, "After the tail feather team was asked to go to the alien planet to carry out the mission, I made it clear to my superiors that we have to strengthen ourselves in order to better complete the mission. We have the priority to absorb all the star beads and star techniques that we obtained during the mission. Xia Yin pinched her fingers nervously and said, Heaven's forgiveness is probably a diamond-quality star technique, isn't it? There's a rare healing star technique in it. This Jiang Xiao also understood. However, logically speaking, since the mission location that the Tail Feather Squad was going to was the highest level, the rarest place that ordinary people had never been to or even heard of, then the members of the Tail Feather Squad should have such benefits. Second Last said, You heard what I said. Wow, Xia Yin cheered and opened her arms to hug Second Last. Fortunately, I didn't fill up my star slots when I was in the lower dimension. Besides, it was not a matter of the quality of the star techniques in the lower dimension, but the quality of the star techniques in the alien planet. On Earth, outsiders could not step into the national treasures of other countries at all. However, in the alien planet, everyone no longer had any scruples. As long as they had the support of intelligence, they would be able to go to the most noble place, as long as you can come out alive. Of course, Xia Yin thought that she would be able to come out alive with the support of such a powerful team. If she couldn't, she would deserve to be a chess piece. Well, even if she had to be a chess piece, she still wanted the noble and beautiful queen. Seeing that Xia Yin was pouncing towards her, Second Last suddenly stretched out her hand and pressed it against Xia Yan's face, frowning as she pushed her body away. What's going on? Did the husky pounce on the big cat get rejected? Jiang Xiao was overjoyed, and the gloominess that he had previously felt was gone. Jiang Xiao threw Little Candle on the back of the baby bear and laughed. You're a seven-tailed beast. You're at the top of the tail feathers. You're asking for hugs everywhere you go. In the end, not only does the commander dislike you, but the deputy commander also dislikes you. Xia Yin was already embarrassed, and she knew that she had gotten carried away in a moment of excitement and leaped towards someone she shouldn't have. However, Jiang Xiao was rubbing salt into her wounds. Displeased, Xia Yin kicked Jiang Xiao into the lake and said, I'm giving you face by asking for a hug. The cold lake water soaked Jiang Xiao's body and made him much more clear-headed. Since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come. I'll take a bath and play with two big fishes. Who would have thought that a few seconds later, Jiang Xiao, who was swimming in the lake, was suddenly shot out by a pillar of water and sprayed into the sky. He was followed by a flurry of flattery. The third chapter continued. Chapter 1176. He wanted to add more chapters for the Alliance leader, who was just a wandering reader. After experiencing the fierce battle in the Fengdu Ghoul Zone for half a month, everyone cherished the rest of the day. However, Jiang Xiao was a restless person. He wanted to improve the strength of the team quickly so that they could face stronger challenges. Hence, Jiang Xiao took his bodyguard, Xia Yin, to his various breeding bases. Firstly, he went to the 4 Dragon Islands. Unfortunately, the Fog Dragon couple seemed to be quarreling and did not have the mood to howl for love. The Star Dragon couple had given birth previously, but Jiang Xiao stole their eggs and sent them to Little Chongyang. The Hidden Dragon couple had been sleeping in separate beds for a long time. If a dragon egg were to appear one day, it would be big news. Only the crystal dragons of the Antarctic continent were truly amazing. They were indeed gregarious creatures. They were probably working very hard because they wanted to strengthen their clan. When Xia Yin activated the star technique, Tear, and found the crystal dragons, a dragon egg appeared on the tail of another crystal dragon. Jiang Xiao, are you a dog? Xia Yin asked softly while lying on the glacier and spitting out white mist. Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yin with a look of bewilderment and asked, What's the matter? The name Xiaopi does come from the golden retriever. Xia Yin carefully sized up the distribution of the crystal dragons and said softly, There are white ghouls everywhere on the 4 Dragon Islands. What do they do to provoke you? Jiang Xiao said, They're brutal in nature and have strong reproductive abilities. Are they the best food? Do I have to feed the docile star beasts to the dragons? Xia Yin scratched her head and said, I just feel sorry for the white ghouls. I was the one who led the way when you first entered the snowfield, right? Bulsh *T. As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, he disappeared, and when he returned, he was already holding a shiny crystal dragon egg in his arms. You eat beef for breakfast every day, but I don't see you kowtowing to them at the Flower Sea Ranch to apologize. Xia Yin pursed her lips and said, They reproduce so quickly. If I don't eat them, your ranch won't be able to accommodate them. The two of them bickered while carrying the dragon egg back to the forest lake. Do you want it? Jiang Shao asked. No, my 3-star slots are already occupied. Let's talk about it in the starry sky, Xia Yin said reluctantly, but she shook her head. This was a dragon. Putting aside the fact that he was powerful, the key was that the image of the Eastern giant dragon had a very unique feeling for the Chinese. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Okay, study what you want to absorb in the starry sky stage. Once your star slots are filled and you've replaced the high-quality star beads, I'll transform you into the starry sky stage. Xia Yin nodded and asked, Who do you plan to give it to? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, Gu Shiren, Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen was better. The crystal dragon was not suitable for Gu Shi, and who was charging at the front. After all, he leans towards long-range attacks. Only the hidden dragon's defense is worthy of Gu Shiren's style. At the side, Jiang Shao appeared silently and took the dragon egg away. Keep the domain tiers, Jiang Shao said, and turned around to look, only to see 2 large fish rushing out of the lake. Jiang Shao connected the threads of star power to them and flashed again, entering a vast grassland. Xia Yan's heart pounded when she saw the huge horses. This number, she couldn't even see the end of them? Just how big of a population was this? Nay, the Blackridge fire feather unfurled its thick and broad wings, releasing sparks into the air. Jiang Shao chuckled and strode forward. Xia Yan got a great shock. She was there to be a bodyguard. She hurriedly chased after him, only to see that the Black Ridge fire feather was extremely friendly. It seemed that Jiang Shao had established a good friendship with them. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his hand and stroke the Black Ridge fire feather's thick wings. He looked around and murmured, Are there any foals? Xia Yin said, I'll help you find them. No, they don't like rain. Don't use the domain tiers. As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, 2 whale-like sounds could be heard. Damn it, there really are. Thanks to our timely arrival, the Black Ridge fire feather is growing too fast. It's already out of its infancy stage in half a year. Jiang Shao hurriedly flashed with Xia Yin and saw a foal hidden under its mother. Jiang Shao smiled mischievously and looked at Xia Yin. Do you want it? It's a diamond level 1. Xia Yin was extremely upset, and she looked at Jiang Shao with resentment. Why did you show me a dragon and a horse when my star slot was confirmed? I'll take you to see the sea-devouring soul at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean later. Jiang Shao muttered and flashed away. When he returned, he brought along a young man who was still in a daze. Hey, wake up! Jiang Shao kicked the young man who was lying in the grass. Gu Shiren was bewildered and thought, Wasn't I in bed? Why am I sleeping in the grassland? Sleepwalking? Where did I sleepwalk to in my sleep using the rift of time and space? Damn it, I can't have this bad habit. Ordinary people would at most go out and walk a few streets when they sleepwalk at home, but I'm different. With the rift of time and space, I can travel around the world in my dreams. Jiang Shao pointed at the foal that the Black Ridge fire feather was riding and said, Go nurture your relationship with it. Hurry up. Gu Shiren, who was still asleep, finally snapped back to reality and realized that Jiang Shao was beside him. Gu Shiren scratched his head and finally realized something as he slowly got up. Slow down, use your heart to influence it. Jiang Shao then asked the poo-poo whale to connect with Gu Shiren and the foal and Jiang Zhao's consciousness before flashing away. Gu Shiren was even more dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did he leave? Where am I? I was in a daze when I was suddenly thrown here and asked to nurture my relationship with the Black Ridge fire feather? What does that mean? Arranged marriage? Can you arrange a girlfriend for me? While Gu Shiren was thinking about it, he felt an emotion. Dream. Gu Shiren got a great shock and looked around. Who is it? Who's in my mind? At the next moment, an image of Jiang Shao giving him the middle finger appeared in Gu Shiren's mind. Gu Shiren and was speechless. "Where are we going?" "In front of the lake in the forest," Xia Yin asked curiously while staring at Martha, who was slowly walking out of the lake with the sea soul lamp in her hand. Jiang Shao grabbed the sea soul lamp and said, "I'm going to the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean to see if there are any soul of the sea devourer infants. Ah, it's a pity that my countercurrent light has been sealed. Otherwise, I can help you increase the level of your soul of the sea devourer." Xia Yin bit her lip and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. "It's all right, don't worry. I'm here. Everything will get better." Jiang Shao was a little amused to Xia Yan's sudden gentleness. He preferred her carefree and deranged demeanor. Xia Yan looked at Martha, who had just joined, and said, "I seem to be lacking in undersea star technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed Martha to protect him, would he?" Martha didn't participate in his previous trip to the 4 Dragon Islands and the grassland. Well, although Martha was also Jiang Shao, her appearance was that of a female, after all, and she was an extremely outstanding one. Everyone had emotions and thoughts. Although Xia Yan felt that she was not inferior to Martha, she had to admit that Martha was indeed a formidable opponent. Strictly speaking, Xia Yan and Martha were the ones who had the same temperament and aura. They were both like little suns that were aggressive and dazzling. Of course, Jiang Shao had seen enough and gotten used to it. Hence, he could finally look at them. More than 10 minutes later, Xia Yan's space was filled with 2 soul of the sea devourer infants. She then returned to the stone villa with Jiang Shao. The members of the tail feather team who already had the soul of the sea devourer on Earth could kill their star pets and absorb the diamond soul of the sea devourer again. However, clearly, they were not the same kind of people as Hope Jins. They couldn't bear to kill their own pets. Second last still didn't want the soul of the sea devourer, so the 2 cubs were given to Fu Hei and Ingya. Jiang Shao wanted to give them to the Great Sage, but the Great Sage's star slot was already full. That afternoon, when Gu Shiren brought the pony to the Flower Sea Ranch to please his new partner, Jiang Shao took the opportunity to grab Fu Hei and Ingya before rushing to the Snow Mountain region with Second Last and Xia Yan. Due to the solid foundation laid by Little Chongyang's mutated charcoal red, Jiang Shao was on good terms with the Black Ridge fire feathers. However, the White Mountain snow feathers were different. In order to obtain their cubs, they would have to snatch them by force. Even Second Last Mount, Xiao Xiao, had only advanced to the diamond quality after being infused with it. In the alien sphere, all the White Mountain snow feathers were the diamond quality. None of them were willing to listen to Xiao Xiao's orders. In desperation, everyone circled around the periphery of the Snow Mountain range. Through Ingya's star technique, Terrain, Jiang Shao forcefully teleported a White Mountain snow feather cub and threw it to Fu Hei, who had no horse. Fu Hei was overjoyed because he suddenly had 2 diamond quality star pets. Such treatment was unimaginable on Earth. "Xiaopi, you're amazing," Fu Hei yelled, his voice almost cracking. The awkward thing was that Fu Hei had to be guarded by Second Last when he was forcefully nurturing his relationship with the star pets. Yes, if Second Last didn't guard him, Fu Hei would be easily beaten to death by the 2 diamond quality star pets. It was not a joke, it was real. White Mountain Snow Feathers Diamond Ice Roar and Sea Devourers Diamond Sea Devourers Sea Punishment. One of them could smash Fu Hei into pieces and turn him into minced meat, while the other could kill without leaving a trace and eat Fu Hei up. The pitiful Fu Hei had no choice but to stay at the edge of the lake and carefully suck up to the 2 cubs under Second Last's gloomy gaze. I Ching Chun was afraid that something would happen to his teammates. Hence, he carried the crystal dragon egg and went to the edge of the lake to help guard Fu Hei. At this moment, Fu Hei was just like Gu Shiren. He clearly liked the star pets from the bottom of his heart, but he felt like he was getting married by order, with the help of Little Chongyang and Little Charcoal. The Great Sage also claimed an adult Black Ridge fire feather and transformed from an infantryman to a cavalryman. While the members of the tail feather team were preparing to enter the chessboard, Jiang Shao looked for Han Jiangxue and asked her to help with his hair. "It's time to show my buzz cut again. I have to kill to my heart's content this time." However, just as Jiang Xiao was getting his hair cut on the platform on the third floor of the villa, he saw Fu Hei kneeling on the ground in front of the lake in the distance and sighing at the sky. Beside Fu Hei, there was also a white mountain snow feather cub that ignored him, as well as a sea devourer that only knew how to play in the water and float on the surface of the lake. Fu Hei knelt on the ground and looked up at the sky before hollering, "Bootlicker. It's not easy to be a bootlicker." Jiang Xiao looked at Fu Hei's pained expression and couldn't help but sigh. "What do you do then? You can't beat them, so you can only lick them." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiao felt someone pushing the back of his head. He turned around, only to see Han Jiangxue holding onto a pair of scissors with a reproachful expression. Jiang Xiao thought about it and pulled down the sea devourer that was acting as a shaving cloth. He said, "Go help him and persuade that little brother of yours that's floating on the surface of the lake and pretending to be dead." The sea devourer robe flew down obediently. Han Jiangxue summoned her sea devourer robe and tied it around Jiang Zhao's neck. "Don't move around. I'll cut off your ears." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Pfft, woman." Han Jiangxue pressed Jiang Zhao's head down with one hand and cut his hair while making a nasal sound. "Huh," Jiang Xiao muttered. "You don't know how to cherish me. It turns out that you have no scruples at all. When you were experimenting with turning stars into weapons, I was almost burnt to a crisp, but you didn't even blink. Are you dumbfounded now? You're so timid that you finally know how to handle things gently?" Hearing this, Han Jiangxue smiled and said while cutting Jiang Zhao's hair, "It's actually quite good if you continue to be like this. At least, I can treat you like a human." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue smiled faintly. Jiang Xiao said, "Hurry up and cut. Since we're resting today, I'll go and transform Yi Qingshun so that she can enter the Starry Sky stage earlier than you." Kacha! The sharp sound of a pair of scissors could be heard, giving Jiang Xiao a great shock. Han Jiangxue had never accepted the transformation of Jiang Zhao's Star Warrior era, because she wanted to replace the quality of the star technique in her star slot after absorbing all 24 of her star slots. However, to everyone's surprise, after Jiang Xiao transformed Yi Qingshun, Han Jiangxue entered the Starry Sky stage while everyone was snoring away. Everyone else was trying their best to improve their star power realm, but to no avail. As for Han Jiangxue, she tried her best to suppress her star power realm, but to no avail. On the night of May 20th, Lord Fazhen fell asleep in the starry sky and woke everyone in the villa up. Chapter 1177. When Jiang Xiao woke up at noon the next day, he found that there was no one in the villa at all. Through Jiang Gong's senses, Jiang Xiao flashed to the dungeon below the wooden house in the depths of the forest by the lake. Here, the 8 flame puppets were treated as lamp sources, standing in a giant circle, not moving at all, extremely obedient. In the middle of the flame puppets, there were 2 long tables that had been put together, filled with roast chicken, stewed fish, and all kinds of side dishes. The aroma of the food assailed his nostrils, and the flames flickered in the gloomy dungeon. The members of the tail feather team were eating heartily, happier than the ghosts. "Boss, there's food. There's no more roast chicken." Xia Yin stood in front of the table and pointed at the empty plate. At the side, the chubby mortar prison ghost stretched out his chubby hand, and, as the star power gathered, a delicious roast chicken appeared on the empty plate. Xia Yin reached out to break the drumstick, but she retracted her hand because it was scalding hot. She couldn't help but pinch her ears with her fingers. Jiang Xiao, come and eat." Little Chongyang grabbed a peeled egg and scurried towards Jiang Xiao. However, the egg in her hand turned into star power and dissipated when it was 3 meters away from the long table. Little Chongyang was a little dismayed, and she wanted to pounce on the broken star power like a butterfly, but there was nothing she could do. Jiang Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and comforted little Chongyang before carefully walking past the flame puppets and returning to the long table. Looking at the people who were gorging themselves, Jiang Xiao said with a pained expression, "Hey, do you guys still look like elite tail feather team?" Second last held onto the red daughter in one hand and glanced at Jiang Xiao. However, She ignored him and continued to gulp down the wine. Since Xie Yin was not around, no one had any special privileges. The key was that the red daughter of star power tasted good, but it was transformed from star power and was not intoxicating at all. It was very suitable for an alcoholic like Second Last. It was sour, sweet, spicy, bitter. The red daughter of star power could give her everything she wanted, and it would not interfere with her next mission. The existence of the mortar prison ghost was just too dreamy. It was just that his appearance was too ugly. After all, he was one of the 8 directional hell ghosts. He had a fat head and big ears, and his smile was a little scary. Logically speaking, most fat fellows would look very joyous when they smiled, but this mortar prison ghost. It was a long story. Jiang Xiao peeled an egg and handed it to little Chongyang before turning around to look at Han Jiangxue, who was nibbling on the cake. Have you advanced? Yes. Han Jiangxue nodded helplessly. I accidentally advanced. I can't help it. I can't suppress it anymore. The shadow crow spat out a mouthful of pig's ear, but it was a bit of star power. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. These words were too infuriating. Yi Qingxin's eyes dimmed. She was transformed by Jiang Xiao yesterday, but she was stuck at the peak of the Star Sea realm and failed to enter the Starry Sky realm. She and Han Jiangxue were of the same age, but one of them had not undergone transformation, yet she could not suppress her realm and entered the Starry Sky. The other had undergone transformation and greatly increased her star power realm, but she was stuck at the peak of Star Sea. The difference was too obvious. It couldn't be helped. On one hand, her talent was indeed inferior to others. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue had always been by Jiang Zhao's side and had long received help from the Calamity Shadow training space. Fu Hei turned to look at the great sage and said, "You've been at the peak of Star Sea for a long time, haven't you? Are you going to advance soon? The concentration of star power in this alien sphere is really too high." The great sage ate the steamed bun and nodded. I didn't feel much when I was on Earth, but after coming to this alien sphere for half a month, I saw hope. This environment is very helpful to our bodies. When little Chongyang heard them talking about the peak of Star Sea, he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Earthlings are all so weak." Everyone was speechless. At the side, Jiang Xiao also knew through Jianggong's memory that it was the mortar prison ghost's housewarming. Originally, the mortar prison ghost lived at the Tree Hat Bridge with Grandma Z. The other mortar prison ghosts were sent to the 8 Directions Hell by Jiang Xiao, and he kept this one so that he could occasionally have a sumptuous meal. However, this mortar prison ghost, who was supposed to live underground, wasn't used to the bright environment outside. Hence, he dug a hole at the bridge and hid inside. He would only emerge from the ground in the middle of the night to meet Grandma Z. One was cooking, while the other was making soup. The 2 ghosts chatted about their lives after meeting Jiang Xiao. The scene was quite harmonious. After the criminal was beheaded, Fu Hei discussed with the team and threw the mortar prison ghost into the dungeon. This fat old ghost especially liked the environment in the dungeon. Ever since he entered, he began to size up his new home. The mortar prison ghost was already very satisfied with such a living environment. Although it wasn't a 100-meter deep pit, it was underground and there was no sunlight. It was already very rare to have such a safe place to live with this group of people from the world of the living. Therefore, the old ghost treated everyone with great hospitality. The tail feather team naturally didn't decline and happily rushed to the ghost feast. The food was sumptuous and delicious. It could also replenish vitality and star power. In the future, he wouldn't need to cook anymore if he came here to eat and drink every day. Jiang Xiao found another business opportunity. The mortar prison ghost on Earth was unfriendly, but the ones on the foreign planet were very discerning. This creature should really be sold to a modeling company. Let's set a small target first. The starting price is 100 million. Someone would definitely buy it, no. Every family in China should have a ghost. It would completely solve the problem of losing weight. However, the dishes were a little difficult. The mortar prison ghost made traditional food that was offered with incense. Moreover, this mortar prison ghost was too ugly and horrifying. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao really wanted to send one to Teacher Fong and let her keep it in the cellar. However, Teacher Fong's 2 children were still young, and Yuan Yuan was young too. It wasn't suitable for her to come into contact with creatures with strong yin energy. How long had the mortar prison ghost been in the dungeon? Even though a bunch of tail feather star warriors with strong yang energy were still there was still a faint black fog in the dungeon that was surrounded by yin energy. "I'm full. It's time to hit the road," second last said, while putting down the wine jar. She then glanced at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue immediately activated the instant defense and teleported herself to the ground along with the table. However, the moment the table and the dishes appeared, they all disappeared. In the dungeon, the mortar prison ghost was dumbfounded. "It's fine that you've left, but you should take the lamp away too." The mortar prison ghost looked at the 8 obedient and motionless fireworks puppets and felt like crying. "How can you play tricks like this? I treated you to good food and drinks, yet you left 8 lamps to shine on me?" "Woo woo." The mortar prison ghost let out a ghostly shriek and kept waving his hands in a bid to chase the fireworks puppets away. However, the fireworks puppets didn't move at all, and the mortar prison ghost was instantly displeased. "Who is it? Isn't it the 8-directional hell ghost? Does he really think that I'm an evil ghost?" The mortar prison ghost waved his hand, and a huge stone mortar smashed down like garlic, directly smashing a fireworks centipede into pieces. To the mortar prison ghost's surprise, the fireworks puppets were extremely obedient. Even though their companions were smashed to death, the other fireworks puppets remained indifferent and continued to stand guard. Without Han Jiangshua's orders, they wouldn't move at all. The mortar prison ghost picked up the stone rod that was used to pound garlic from the stone mortar and smacked the heads of the fireworks puppets one by one. After a long while, the mortar prison ghost clapped his chubby hands and nodded in satisfaction. The house was finally plunged into darkness. Well, not bad. I'll go to the bridgehead to look for Madame Z at night and ask her to come over and take a look at my new home. At the same time, the Tail Feather Squad also arrived at the junction of the Russian Federation, Belarus, and Ukraine with Jiang Zhao's help. It was not hot in Eastern Europe in late May. Although it was the end of spring, the sky was clear and the clouds were light, giving them a refreshing feeling of autumn. Jiang Zhao stood in a lush forest and looked around before saying, "Let's look around." The area at the junction of the 3 countries isn't very large. By the way, I remember Bays saying that it's a rocky terrain. Second last said, "Yes, Shadow Crow." "Got it." Shadow Crow's eyes were red as he looked up at the sky. The blue sky and white clouds in front of everyone were quickly replaced by dark clouds. Soon, it started drizzling. "I found it," Shadow Crow said all of a sudden. Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "So soon?" Shadow Crow nodded with a smile and said, "The place you brought us to is very accurate. Besides, this is a forest and there isn't much flat land. There aren't many creatures in that area, so we can go there and take a look." Shadow Crow then looked towards the east and said, "About 1-2 kilometers." Second last said, 8 tails. Han Jiangxue activated the instant defense again, and when they reappeared, they finally realized why Shadow Crow found them so quickly. Jiang Zhao strode forward and stood on the top of the mountain with a look of amazement. There was an undulating mountainous terrain below, but there was a large area that was extremely disharmonious. The terrain was so flat that the black and white stone squares paved a large area. Looking down from above, it looked like a chessboard. However, there were no creatures in the chessboard and the surroundings were quiet. There were no signs of any living creatures at all. They reckoned that the area should be too dangerous for other creatures. Hence, none of them would be willing to step into it. Second last strode forward and stood next to Jiang Zhao. She said, "Pay attention. When we get close to the chessboard, the black and white stone squares may stand up." She was reminding Jiang Zhao and telling the rest of the Tail Feather team. After all, no one had been to such a place before or even seen it before. In fact, the existence of the chessboard was even discovered by Second Last and Jiang Zhao after they interrogated Hua Xing Bays and reported it to their superiors. Seeing that the chessboard really existed, Second Last also heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was very confident in her interrogation techniques, Seeing was believing, after all. If the chessboard did not exist, she would have to replan her star technique list again. Jiang Xiao said, Baze was describing the chessboard in the lower dimension, right? I didn't expect the black and white chessboard to be here in the alien sphere. It's so huge. This chessboard is almost as big as the lake in front of our house. Xia Yin was secretly astonished. She could still see the entire chessboard from a high vantage point, but if she were to look at it from below, she probably wouldn't be able to see the end of it. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, Shall we move this chessboard home too? Xia Yin shook her head and said, I don't know how to play chess. Jiang Xiao said, Is there a need for you to play? Watch carefully, I'll go and stomp on the black and white pieces to wake them up and let them play by themselves. Jiang Xiao then turned around to look at Second Last with a curious expression. Second Last thought about it and said, You take the chessboard on the left, and I'll take the chessboard on the right. Let's see if they fight. Jiang Xiao said, Okay. Second Last arched her body slightly and said, Everyone, lie down and hide. Minister, the countdown begins. Fu Hei yelled from behind. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he said that, Jiang Xiao and Second Last disappeared in a flash. As soon as the two of them stepped on the black and white stone chessboard, the stones around them suddenly shattered, and the huge black and white toy soldiers seemed to have been awakened as they crawled out of the stone squares. Jiang Xiao and Second Last quickly flashed back and lay prone on the top of the mountain, looking down carefully. At this moment, the international chessboard seemed to be affected by the slightest movement. Although Jiang Xiao and Second Last had already left, the stone soldiers stood up one by one and interfered with the other stone squares around them. In the blink of an eye, most of the black and white squares on the chessboard stood up. These black and white stone soldiers were extremely mighty. As the gravel on their bodies fell off, their exquisitely sculpted bodies and faces were revealed one after another. Most of them were warriors who were wearing stone armor and holding stone spears and shields. They were more than 3 meters tall and extraordinarily valiant. A small number of them were exquisite stone fortresses that were much larger than ordinary stone soldiers. Their size was more than enough to fit 3 soldiers. There were also a few stone sculptures of horse heads, but only the area above the neck of the horse. There was a round stone plate below the long neck of the horse. The horse head was the same size as the stone castle, and its glowing stone eyes were looking around. Jiang Xiao said softly, There are only soldiers, chariots, and horses. I don't see any elephants, queens, or kings. Second Last said, These should be the guards on the first floor. I just sense that there are more than 10 chessboard below. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. There's a chessboard underground? Second Last frowned slightly and said, There's something wrong with the information given by Baze. He said that black and white are irreconcilable, but they don't seem to have any intention of fighting. Jiang Xiao lay prone on the top of the mountain and conjured a copy of Star Warrior Era. He's describing the lower dimensions. Let's see what characteristics they have in the alien ball. As soon as he said that, the black horse head that hadn't found any other creatures suddenly opened its mouth and neighed. Hey, hey, boom! As the black horse head neighed, the massive white castle suddenly moved and rolled towards the black armored soldiers in front of it. All of a sudden, the entire chessboard moved. This chess is worthy of being an international one, really? Chaos. Chapter 1178. Jiang Xiao quickly flipped through the pages of Star Warrior Era and found the page about soldiers. Gold. Guards star techniques. 1. Silver. Stab. Condenses star power and concentrates on one point to make your stab more penetrative. 2. Silver. Battle formation. Passive star technique that increases one's defense. The more creatures that have the star technique of battle formation within a certain range, the greater the increase in defense. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He hurriedly nudged Second Last with his elbow and said, There's a mistake in the information given by Baze. Look at the star technique of the guards. Jiang Xiao then handed the book to Second Last. Second last looked at the mysterious and strange symbols and said, I can't understand it. Oh, oh. Jiang Shao finally snapped back to his senses and frantically said, the guards do have passive defensive star techniques, but there's another attribute behind the star technique of battle formation. The more people that have the star technique of battle formation within a certain range, the greater the increase in defense. Slightly stunned, Second Last said, it's similar to the Ghost Wolf star technique of Damning Star, Blood Fawn. Jiang Shao carefully looked at Star Warrior era for a long time and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's what the book says. With a look of excitement on his face, Jiang Shao said, if this star technique is given to the Chinese army, that will be perfect. However, the book didn't mention the specific increase in defense. If we follow the ratio of the Ghost Wolf star technique, 10 soldiers will be enhanced with gold, 100 soldiers will be enhanced with platinum, 1,000 soldiers will be enhanced with diamond, and 10,000 soldiers will be enhanced with stars. In that case, who can break through the defense of the Chinese army? There was a rare trace of excitement on Second Last's face, and her eyes lit up. She stared at the huge chessboard below and said, you just said that there's a limit to the range. It might not be able to accommodate 10,000 soldiers within the range of the star technique. Jiang Shao asked, what if the range increases as the level of the battle formation increases? Second Last nodded thoughtfully and said, let's observe first and wait for both sides to get hurt. Jiang Shao glanced at the chessboard and said, there seem to be more black chess pieces than white chess pieces. While speaking, Jiang Shao flipped the page and saw the image of the chariot castle. Platinum Chariot. Star Technique 1. Golden Path of Flames of War. Set the ground you pass on ablaze. Passive Skill. Continuous consumption of star power when activated. Platinum Formation. Aura Skill. Increases the defense of all units within the range of the aura. Star power will be consumed continuously when it is activated. There's nothing special about it. Second Last said, look at the head of the horse. Jiang Shao said, Platinum Knight. 1. Gold Ambush. Attach star power to the soles of your feet and stomp on the ground so that you can quickly move forward for a certain distance. 2. Platinum Mobile Warfare. Additional damage when attacking and using star techniques. The faster the movement, the higher the additional damage. Passive Skill. Second Last whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, can the passive effect of mobile combat be stacked with the effect of my ape ghouls? Jiang Shao tilted his head, feeling a little itchy in his ears. He said, even if it can be stacked, you can't absorb it. The first star technique of a knight is too lousy. You only have 28 star slots, and you only have 4 left to use. Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, he heard a soul-stirring voice from afar. The voice seemed to have come from the heavens, faintly echoing in everyone's mind. Along with the voice, there was also a pillar of holy light that broke through the dark clouds and descended from the sky. The pillar of holy light had the same diameter as the Platinum Blessing, which was also 5 meters in diameter. However, unlike Blessing, the pillar of holy light that broke through the dark clouds could actually move. It moved quickly on the chessboard, regardless of whether there was a black or a white camp. Wherever there was a battle, the pillar of holy light would not be stingy with its healing effects. Clearly, the pillar of holy light did not have the ability to force spa treatments like Blessing did. However, after the pillar of holy light shrouded the chessboard, the life and death battles on the chessboard stopped. On the hill, the members of the Tail Feather team watched the shocking scene in front of them, only to discover that the battles that were not shrouded by the pillar of holy light had also gradually stopped. More than 10 seconds later, as the pillar of holy light disappeared, the huge figures on the chessboard returned to their respective squares, either curling up or sinking slowly. They were all embedded in the squares that they had crawled out of. At the next moment, piles of black and white stones quietly appeared in the squares that the guards, chariots, and knights were embedded in, filling the gaps in their bodies. Soon, the black and white squares were flattened, and the entire chessboard fell silent again. The chessboard was extremely flat, as if nothing had happened. Only the path that the chariots had moved on was still burning with raging flames, but they were soon extinguished by the field tears. Everyone looked at each other, and Fu Hei's voice came from behind. Who was the one who reprimanded? Jiang Xiao said. It was the creature on the chessboard below, right? It should be the elephant. It's the only star beast on the chessboard that's a healing type. Inya said, the elephant must have a high status on the chessboard to be able to immediately separate and stop the intense battle, Jiang Xiao said casually. There seems to be a bishop below the king and queen, Jiang Xiao said casually. There are some problems with the name that Bays gave us in our translation. Soldiers, chariots, and horses are called guards, chariots, and knights in my Star Warriors Chronicles. I reckon that I'll see the elephant that the Westerners speak of later. After the Star Warriors Chronicles is opened, it'll probably be translated into a bishop. What do we do now? Xiaoyan asked as she lay on the left side of Jiang Xiao. She raised her head and looked at the big cat that was lying on the right side of Jiang Xiao. Are we going to revitalize this chessboard again? Second last said, Whither, number. Ho Mingming's eyes were sharp, and she was staring at the chessboard intently, seemingly recording the position of each chess piece in her mind. She said, there are 41 white guards and 43 black guards. There are 10 white chariots and 13 black chariots. There are 7 white knights and 6 black knights. Second last asked, can you confirm which square the chariots and knights are in? At this moment, the chessboard below was extremely flat, and there wasn't even a single piece of gravel. It had been cleaned up and wiped clean without leaving any traces. Ho Mingming remained silent for a while before saying, I can only remember most of them. The squares were densely packed, and there were so many star beasts. It was already good enough that Ho Mingming could remember the exact number. How could she remember which square they belonged to? Even someone with photographic memory would be able to do that. Jiang Xiao tilted his head and looked at second last. Second last turned around, only to see a pair of eyes that were filled with the 9 stars array formation. Second last immediately understood what Jiang Xiao wanted to do. She said, just look for the chariots and knights. They are all platinum quality creatures and move too quickly. We have to control them first. As for the other guards, we'll talk about it after we fight them. Within 5 seconds of the battle starting, 23 chariots and 13 knights must be destroyed. Jiang Xiao said, take note, black chariots, 3 columns, 4 columns, 10 columns, 7 columns. As they recorded the positions, second last looked at the 13 people present and said, divide into groups of 2, and each group will be responsible for 6. 9-tailed, follow me. Jiang Xiao was glad that he wasn't alone, but he still exclaimed in displeasure, I'm not useless. Second last glanced at Jiang Xiao and said, 5-tailed, you go with 9-tailed. I Ching Chan frantically nodded and said, Okay, I'll take good care of Pippi. Jiang Xiao turned to look at I Ching Chun and said, believe it or not, we're the fastest. I Ching Chun nodded repeatedly, as if he were coaxing a child. Yes, if you're fast, Pippi will definitely be the fastest. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Second last assigned I Ching-shin and Jiang Zhao's team to the upper left corner, where there were 2 knights and 4 chariots. After assigning the tasks, second last asked, will Martha and Jiang Gong be affected? Jiang Xiao said with a pained expression, don't worry. The most terrifying thing was that the enemies thought that Jiang Xiao was a god, but his teammates thought that Jiang Xiao was scum. Second last nodded slightly and said, make some adjustments in the team. Open up space and take 1 person each. Xia Yin, Han Jiangxue, and Gu Shun, who had the space-time rift, opened up the disaster ruins and brought along their teammates who couldn't teleport. Second last said, Minister, start the countdown. Fu Hei looked extremely upset. He was also in a team of 2, but he was asked to stay on the hill and heal his teammates with silence from afar. Fu Hei was upset, but Shadow Crow was even more upset. He had to stay behind to protect the healer. Seriously, clearly, second last was in a team alone. Fu Hei said 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, the group of people on the hill instantly appeared on the chessboard. All of a sudden, Everyone opened up the disaster ruins, and their teammates walked out. At the instant that their teammates walked out, the silent black and white chessboard began to boil again. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao immediately opened the door of the disaster ruins. Before the small castle, chariot, in front of him could be fully prepared, I Ching Chan flashed to the back of the castle and slashed it with his sword. Dear barrier, 8 meters away. The war chariot roared loudly. It did not even activate the flame path as it charged into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Shao tilted his body and did not flash. He had to ensure that the star power threads connected to the door of the disaster ruins were not broken. Hence, he turned around and threw a flower blade. At the back, the great kite shield in the hands of the obsidian-like blackguard was immediately torn apart by the blood-red flower blade. According to Jiang Zhao's speculation, the passive star technique, silver battle formation, required 10 people to be at the gold level and 100 people to be at the platinum level. On this chessboard, there were only over 80 Imperial Guards. There were less than 100 of them. Jiang Zhao's flower blade sliced through the obsidian guards like tofu. Even the obsidian guards were dumbfounded, and a trace of horror appeared on their handsome faces. How dare a mere gold-level star beast attack me? Even if I'm a skinny camel, You're a star warrior. Jiang Shao lifted his leg and repelled it with physical force. Sent it flying. Go away. The huge obsidian guard was kicked into the space gate by Jiang Shao. At the side, I Ching Chun had already lost her gentle demeanor. Her beautiful eyes were extremely cold, and her expression was extremely gloomy. After a few rounds of battle with the knight, a fake smile appeared on I Ching Chun's face. The creepy smile made him look like a grimacing monk fast. Damn it, that's freaking fast. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he dodged a knight's attack by a hair's breadth. Get out of the way. A cold voice sounded from behind. Jiang Shao got a great shock and hurriedly dodged. Behind him, I Ching Chun aimed at the knight that was charging towards him and stabbed him with his sword. Whoosh! The white marble-like horse-headed knight was stabbed into Jiang Zhao's space gate, leaving behind pieces of gravel. Bang! Jiang Shao swung his sword, but the war chariot that he had expected to charge towards him suddenly stopped burning. The burning flames below disappeared, and Jiang Zhao's sword missed its target. Whoosh! I Ching Chun flickered and stabbed the war chariot into the space gate again. Jiang Shao turned around and waved his hand at Fu Hei, who was crouching on the hill. Fu Hei shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand, after which the stars shrouded a horse's head. To be exact, it shrouded the person above the horse's head. Second last was riding on the obsidian horse's head and pressing her hands on both sides of the horse's head. Under the immense force, the obsidian horse's head was crushed. She didn't get hurt at all, but Fu Hei took care of her. It wasn't about sucking up to him, but second last was the only one who had a rather bloody fighting style. The others didn't seem to need to be taken care of. However, she had the star technique of sharpness after replacing it, which allowed her to be as tough as steel. Second last ignored the stars around her and simply looked to the left while riding on the headless horse. However, he saw a sharp arrow fly past his side. Second last's gaze followed the sharp arrow, and she saw that it had pierced a hole in a moving war chariot, causing gravel to explode. Jiang Gong, who was in front of the war chariot, froze for a moment and glared furiously at Ho Mingming. Did you? Jiang Shao then drew his bow and shot a series of black-feathered arrows at Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming stood at the corner of the chessboard and hid behind Gusher. At the instant that he drew his bow and shot an arrow, the team of Imperial Guards in front of him was bombarded by a series of black-feathered arrows before the arrow was even released. Ho Mingming's face stiffened, and he turned to glare at Jiang Gong. Jiang Gong, on the other hand, gave Ho Mingming a non-standard military salute and grinned. That's a little cool. On the chessboard, the top star warriors were displaying their respective abilities, and it was extremely lively. In just 10 seconds, everything happened as second last had requested. The war chariot and the knights were destroyed one after another. At this moment, the huge black and white chessboard collapsed. Everyone was shocked to see that the stone chessboard made of black and white squares had shattered. Not only did the floor shatter, but the shattered rubble formed a huge whirlpool of rubble above everyone's heads. It was as terrifying as the diamond ice roar. No one dared to enter it, for fear that their bodies would be shattered. As the black and white chessboard turned into gravel that shrouded everyone's heads, the members of the tail feather team also fell. They fell to the second layer of the chessboard that was more than 10 meters below. 3 minutes passed. Apex. Chapter 1179. Adding more chapters for Alliance Master Moonshadow. Jiang Xiao couldn't care less and hurriedly threw out the star power threads in an attempt to connect with Yi Qingchen. He planned to return to the ground to regroup and come up with a new battle plan. However, when Jiang Xiao tried to dodge, his expression froze. Teleportation? What about my teleportation? While he was deep in thought, the invisible star power thread connecting Jiang Xiao to the gate of the Calamity Shadow ruins broke, and the gate of the Calamity Shadow world closed. WEF. I didn't release the imprisoned dragon, so I didn't let it use the imprisoning domain star technique. Jiang Zhao's heart sank as he cursed. Damn it, Baze didn't explain it clearly. He's still hiding something. The star beasts in this chessboard have star techniques that prohibit spatial techniques. So, did Baze hide something, or did the star beasts and the star beasts and the star beast star techniques that were forbidden from using space? Just like Hey Wujiu. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao and Yi Qingchen landed heavily on the ground, while the shattered black and white squares above them quickly fused and sealed the path above them. In an instant, the space of the second layer of the chessboard was plunged into darkness. Yi Qingchen also noticed that something was wrong. She could not move at all, so she quickly activated her night vision. Instantly, Yi Qingchen's face darkened. One didn't even need to use the naked eye to feel the vibrations of the chessboard around them. Black and white chess pieces had already stood up one after another on the black and white boards. Yi Qingchen frantically stepped forward and shielded Jiang Xiao with one hand. They were surrounded by black and white stones. At the instant that Yi Qingchen shielded Jiang Xiao behind him, a spear suddenly pierced through the black and white stone wall behind them. Jiang Xiao was a starry sky cultivator after all. His reflexes were extremely fast. Jiang Xiao swung his saber horizontally, and the sharp stone reeds that were wrapped in dense star power were deflected by the flower blade. The reeds pierced through the sides of the two. Dong! The stone reeds also flew out of his hands and fell to the ground, emitting a heavy sound. On the wall, the face of a valiant Imperial Guard was engraved on the black stone. However, he did not walk out from the stone. Instead, his figure retreated and merged back into the wall. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Mother asterisk her, I've entered someone else's territory. In front of him, Yi Qingchen, who had activated his night vision, was blasting away the Imperial Guards who were charging at him. Jiang Xiao quickly summoned Little Candle and placed it on his head. Light! Light! All of a sudden, the corner where Jiang Xiao and Yi Qingchen were was lit up by the white candlelight. At the moment when the darkness retreated, Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly, and he swung his sword abruptly. The rapidly spinning flower blade flew out of his hand and brushed past Yi Qingchen's body before stabbing into a charging chariot. Pong! Gravel flew everywhere and exploded. Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, Change to the square Sky Scorpion. Put a safety buckle on me. I want to see if I can get out. The platinum-colored giant blade in Yi Qingchen's hand immediately transformed into a white mist. As the mist condensed and compressed, a huge heavenly halberd quickly took shape. At the same time, the star map in front of Yi Qingchen's chest lit up, and a green safety buckle appeared on Jiang Zhao's head. With a pair of wings, Jiang Xiao could become an angel. Kacha, kacha. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. When the jade pendant landed on Jiang Zhao's head, like an angel's halo, it seemed to be contending with some sort of rule, causing cracks to appear on it continuously. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he teleported back. I Ching-chen's Star Transformation Martial Skill and Elder He's Star Transformation Martial Skill were two different types of protection. Elder He's Orange Bell Shield was an absolute defense against output star techniques. Any output star technique would not be able to hurt the Star Warrior. On the other hand, I Ching-chen's Safety Buckle was a defense against negative effects. It would not allow other negative effects to be added to the target. When Jiang Xiao was experimenting with I Ching-chen's Star Transformation Martial Skill, he had once smashed I Ching-chen with Sound of Silence. But I Ching-chen was not affected at all. However, the safety buckle that was wrapped around his body continued to crack. Jiang Xiao had also used Tears of Sorrow on I Ching-chen before, but I Ching-chen's physical strength was reduced, and he did not feel depressed. Now, it seemed that the effect of a certain creature in the chessboard that prohibited star techniques from using spatial techniques was also within the protection range of the safety buckle. It was worth mentioning that when I Ching-chen was facing the Hellfire in the 8-directional hell, she had tried using the safety buckle, but the effect was not ideal. As far as Jiang Xiao knew, I Ching-chen's safety buckle was not immune to all effects. Everyone speculated that her safety buckle was used to resist negative effects. The accompanying effect of Tears of Sorrow was obviously a negative effect of making the target depressed. However, in actual combat, the damage that the Hellfire would cause to I Ching-chen's brain was real. The destruction of the Hellfire on the target's spirit and will was not a negative effect that came with igniting the target. It was a pure, offensive method. It was a form of mental attack that would impact the brain of the Star Warrior again and again. I Ching-chen's safety buckle would not be able to defend against output attacks, be it physical, spiritual, or mental attacks. I Ching-chen nodded and put on a safety buckle for herself too. However, it was much better looking than the emerald jade bracelet hanging on Jiang Xiao's head. She wore it in front of her chest with a red thread. The two of them finally unlocked the teleportation ability, but they also saw that various places on the chessboard were lit up. Ah! Little Chongyang yelled angrily. She summoned charcoal, and the flames burned everything around her. Riding on the huge horse, little Chongyang was on the same level as the soldiers. The heavenly halberd in his hand slashed wildly, and he also threw out wave after wave of Yin's spirit shockwaves. Jiang Gong, who was beside her, leaped onto the back of the horse and sat behind little Chongyang. He then knocked his bow and shot an arrow. The cavalry and archers combined into one for melee combat and the other for long-range combat. They were just like a cannon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew into the sky, leaving streaks of white flames in their wake. Ho Mingming knocked her bow, and a series of arrows crisscrossed in the sky, lighting up the area where she was. She also transformed into an archer and summoned her white mountain snow feather. Gu Shi, who was guarding her in front, seemed to be in discomfort as the horse almost stepped on him. Be careful. I've lost contact with Shadow. I can't travel. The star map in front of the great sage's chest shone brightly as he pulled out a golden red rod and swept it forward. Huh! The great sage returned with a roar. What do you mean by sweeping a large area with a rod? Golden air waves spread out, and the illusory shadow of the golden red rod became larger with the help of the giant spirit strike. With just one strike, a large area in front of him was cleared. All of a sudden, the Imperial Guards, chariots, and cavalry that were charging towards them were all thrown off their feet. Han Jiangxue, who was behind the great sage, had a flame shield on her body. She waved her right hand continuously and smashed ice roars behind her. Her left hand was not idle either. One after another, flame centipedes appeared and lit up the land. Xia Yin and Martha were probably the most explosive combination. The two of them charged forward without any thoughts of defense. One of them was holding a sword while the other was holding a battle blade, and both of them dashed around on the black and white chessboard. At this moment, Martha was riding on the neck of an obsidian soldier and slashing his neck with her battle blade. Xia Yin was standing in front of the huge soldier and was stabbing her sword into its chest. Behind you. Before Martha could finish her sentence, Xia Yin swept her long legs behind her without even turning her head. She then made a gymnastic-like movement and swept a huge flame arc from her pitch-black military boots. The scorching flame arc repelled the marble soldiers that were charging towards her from behind. Xia Yin exclaimed, "Behind you!" Martha didn't turn around either. Instead, she rode on the shoulder of the headless obsidian soldier and stretched her palm backward, after which a huge water ball spread out and formed 4 streams of water. The Sea Soul prison was instantly formed and trapped an obsidian knight that was rushing towards her. Xia Yin carried her sword and stomped on the ground to stab the knight in the Sea Soul prison. While brushing past Martha, she said, "There are more and more Imperial guards and the defense is getting higher and higher." Martha waved her hand and a specter ship dashed forward, blasting towards the soldier that was forced to retreat by the flame arc. She said, "Yeah, the creatures at the lowest level are the most difficult to kill." Of course, the brightest one was second last. The tall figure standing in the middle of the chessboard was already surrounded by flames. She used to have a gold-quality body of lava, but there was lava flowing through the cracks on her cracked skin. However, after replacing the high-quality diamond body of lava, she had completely transformed into lava. The red luster was so bright that it was a little dazzling. The lava goddess statue in the middle of the chessboard spread her arms out and looked like she was hugging the sun. Around her body, there was a flaming storm. Diamond lava dance. The lava dance spread out rapidly, and the spinning firestorm was even stronger than the Blackridge Firefeather's fire tornado by 3 times. Piles of obsidian and marble-like stone men were swept into the lava dance. The little hidden dragon that was hovering beside second last shivered in fear. It had experienced Jiang Zhao's dilemma in the snowfield and the holy ground a few years ago. The little hidden dragon dared not get too close to second last, for fear that it would be scalded by the scorching lava. At the same time, it dared not stray too far away from second last, because she had only given it a little space to survive. If it went any further, it would be surrounded by layers of lava dance. Wu, the little hidden dragon, was so frightened that it dared not swim at all. However, it was born with ADHD and could not control its long body. Hence, there would always be a part of its body moving. The little hidden dragon simply activated its body of concealment and became completely invisible. Its movements were also completely fixed. Bang! Just as the various areas were lit up and everyone was fighting bravely, the second layer of the chessboard beneath their feet shattered. It shattered again. All of a sudden, everyone fell down like dumplings. The people who were riding on horses and wearing cloaks had no choice but to follow second last down because they saw her falling vertically. Wu, the little hidden dragon that was suspended in the air, suddenly shrieked in pain. It was initially aloof from worldly affairs, but now it was sucked into the vortex of gravel. The black and white gravel spun rapidly and destroyed the little hidden dragon's body. The little hidden dragon's defense could withstand it, but it did not want to suffer such pain. Hence, it hurriedly flew down along with the fire dragon and chased after its master. The little hidden dragon that was flying vertically downwards suddenly braked and turned into a big roll shape. To the little hidden dragon's surprise, its master was also drowned in the whirlpool of gravel. The lava dance quickly disappeared. Clearly, second last had left. Huff, the fog dissipated and quickly pieced together. Second last figure quietly appeared beside the whirlpool of gravel. It was a close call. There was a time limit to the atomization of the body. Second last hurriedly took a step back, but her face was still rubbed by the gravel at the edge of the whirlpool. At the same time, she heard the roar of a chariot behind her. Buzz! Kacha! 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 Second last turned around abruptly and lifted her leg to step on the bottom of the moving castle. She actually managed to stop the rampaging chariot by herself. She suddenly raised her head, only to see a blood-red giant blade stabbing out from the inside of the castle, chopping down from above. Rumble! The small moving castle suddenly shattered, and Jiang Xiao slashed open the door of the castle with the flower blade. Gravel splattered everywhere, and he stood in front of second last with a candle flame burning on his head. It's cool. At the same time, The emerald jade bracelet above Jiang Zhao's head shattered. Jiang Zhao said, "Each ancient star transformation martial arts can resist the effects of space shackle. Shall we flash out and regroup?" Target found. Second last body suddenly transformed, and a giant lynx that was 7 meters long and 4 meters tall appeared in front of Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao looked up in a daze, only to see the belly of the giant lynx flying past his head. Jiang Zhao hurriedly turned around, but the lynx that ran past his head curled its tail and wrapped itself around his body accurately. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Zhao's body was wrapped around by the lynx's long tail, and his body was jolted up and down due to the rapid galloping of the lynx. He was wearing a candle flame hat and drifting back and forth in the darkness, leaving a trail of white candlelight. Is this the feeling of a roller coaster? I'm fighting very seriously. Why did you bring me to the amusement park? The giant lynx spat out magma and moved around the chessboard at a high speed, seemingly having a target. Jiang Zhao said, "Damn, run faster, faster." Behind him, there was a vortex of gravel that was constantly exploding, which made Jiang Zhao's scalp tingle. The lynx leaped up and spat out a mouthful of magma at the densely packed Imperial guards in front of it. The lynx's sharp claws tore through the layers of magma and pounced towards a real obsidian goddess statue, one of the leaders of the chessboard, Star-Grade Empress. At the next moment, the lynx's huge furry claws pushed the obsidian goddess statue that was 5 meters away to the ground. "You're the one who's been using gravel to strangle me." The lynx's claws restrained the obsidian goddess statue, and it opened its mouth to bite the head of the obsidian goddess statue before tearing it apart frantically. Chapter 1180. Star Queen Star Technique 1. Black and White Diamond. Summons black and white stones to change the surrounding environment. The stones are likely to give birth to chessboard creatures. 2. Diamond King Broken Ring. Summons a gravel storm that condenses countless broken stones to form a whirlwind of gravel that will cause great damage to all targets in a certain area. In the area blocked by gravel, all spatial star techniques are prohibited. As the lynx bit the queen of obsidian's head, Jiang Zhao flipped through the book on its tail, and his eyes widened. In the picture, the sculptures of the Queen of Stone were extremely exquisite. They were black and white, and they were placed at the top of the page. Although they were stone sculptures, they did not hide their gorgeous clothes and elegant temperament. Of course, what made Jiang Zhao's eyes glisten was not the two queens. The real goddess was right beside Jiang Zhao. How could he possibly be interested in stone sculptures? To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, it was the second star technique of the Queen of Stars. What does that mean? It even has a space shackle effect. Why is it called King Broken Ring? Jiang Zhao could guess that. After all, the king here had a spatial star technique. He reckoned that the queen was rather vicious and was ready to stab her husband in the back before appointing a new king. This star technique is great. Keep it for me and little Jiang Xue. I'll configure it for her so that she can stab me in the back in the future. Well, although she'll end up in a miserable state, she'll at least be a king. The queen's first star technique was rather interesting too. It was a typical star technique that was half full and half empty. It looked like a summoning star technique, but the stones that were summoned were only likely to give birth to soldiers. Hence, the main direction of this star technique should be to change the surrounding environment. In other words, the chessboard should have been created by the queen. Roar. The giant lynx tore at the queen of obsidian frantically and let out a wild roar, startling Jiang Zhao, who was immersed in the sea of knowledge. The defense of the Queen of Stars is really strong. The giant lynx was second last star transformation martial technique, but its sharp teeth and claws still could not bite off the Queen of Obsidian's head. However, the lynx had other methods too. Magma flowed out of its mouth. This time, the Obsidian Queen was in pain. She let out a shrill scream from her stone mouth. But the problem was that her entire stone head was in the lynx's mouth. When she opened her mouth to shout, she immediately swallowed a large amount of lava. It's over. The Obsidian Queen was finished. From the inside out, it was completely soaked in magma. The stone skin that the lynx couldn't tear or bite through quickly melted under the influence of the magma. It felt like it was being thrown back into the furnace to be reforged. The lynx spoke in a hoarse voice, "Elephant." As soon as it finished speaking, the lynx swung its long tail, and Jiang Shao, who was wrapped by its tail, was flung toward a huge stone statue that had rushed over to provide support. "Humph, woman, just now you thought I was a piece of trash. What about now?" As soon as the battle started, he showed his true colors. "You want me to charge and break through enemy lines?" Light flowed in Jiang Zhao's hand as a layer of blood mist gathered and the flower blades appeared again. The burning candlelight cap provided light to the surroundings and drew a white flame line in the air with Jiang Shao. In front of him, the obsidian bishop elephant, who was holding a cross scepter and wearing a cloak, hurriedly retreated. The cross scepter, which symbolized blessing and punishment, was used as a melee weapon by the bishop and smashed at Jiang Shao randomly. But this guy was obviously not good at martial arts. He wasn't even as good as the lowest Imperial guards. Sure enough, there were specializations in every field. The giant cross scepter, which was more than 10 meters long, was useless in the hands of the bishop. Jiang Zhao's giant blade rested on the head of the cross scepter, and with a gentle push, his body became lighter and he pulled up a bit. Jiang Shao curled up his body and did a somersault in the air. His back landed on the huge cross scepter, and as he rolled forward, he stepped on the scepter's long pole and rushed towards the bishop in a frenzy. For a moment, the bishop was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao was also a little speechless. This was the first time he saw a diamond-quality creature being at a loss on the battlefield. This bishop, isn't he too pampered? Didn't he learn any melee combat skills? Jiang Zhao's blood blade lit up, and he stepped on the cross scepter. His figure was like a sharp sword, stabbing down diagonally towards the bishop's huge stone head. Crack! Martial star conversion. Gaudy blade was broken. Broken. Jiang Shao stood in front of the bishop's face, and a piece of the bishop's stone face was also pierced. He looked at Jiang Shao in panic, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. It seemed that the stone materials of the creatures on the chessboard were the same. Why were the Imperial guards, knights, and chariots so fragile, but this bishop was so hard? Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly. He suddenly reached out and gently rubbed the crushed stone skin on the bishop's face. He said softly, "Touch, does it hurt? Don't be agitated. Let's talk this through." The bishop looked angry. It seemed that he really didn't have any offensive methods. He opened his stone mouth and bit Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao obviously felt something, and he quickly retracted his hand and tilted his body. Beside him, a white flame floated directly towards the bishop's mouth. Crack! 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 The sound of stone shattering could be heard from the bishop's mouth. He hurriedly threw away the cross scepter and slapped his mouth with his large hands. Jiang Shao took a few steps back and turned his head. He saw a starry-skied Dharma god standing in the middle of a sea of fireworks, looking at him from afar. Han Jiangxue reached out with her right hand and opened her slender fingers. Huff in front of Jiang Shao. The bishop, who was once just burning in his mouth, suddenly had white flames spread on his head. The white flames that were on the verge of exploding caused pieces of gravel to fly in all directions. The bishop was burning and crawling on the ground. He grabbed his scepter and seemed to be about to activate holy light, but the starry-skied Dharma god's cold voice sounded from afar. Retreat. Jiang Shao hurriedly retreated. At the next moment, a huge star power word, heaven, smashed onto the bishop's body and even pressed his stone body into the black and white checkered stone slabs below. Boom! The bishop's stone head was completely burned into pieces by the white flames. Upon sight of this scene, the surrounding stone soldiers began to panic. All kinds of horses charged in Jiang Zhao's direction, and all kinds of castles, chariots, crashed into Jiang Zhao's direction. Similarly, there were soldiers everywhere running towards Jiang Shao. Help! Jiang Shao gathered star power and circulated it in front of him. Hiss! A dragon's roar sounded, and a 55-meter-long, pitch-black, caged dragon suddenly appeared and flew around Jiang Shao. The stone chess pieces that came from all directions were knocked over one after another. I Ching-chun's figure flashed on the caged dragon's head. I Ching-chun, who was in battle mode, had a sullen expression on her face. She extended her hand and gave Jiang Shao a safety pendant. Jiang Shao flung his cloak and hurriedly flashed to the side of the bishop's body before pulling out a star bead with the flower blade. With Han Jiangshue's cooperation, Jiang Shao picked up the star bead and flashed to the head of the caged dragon, standing beside I Ching-chun. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who was holding the flower blade, wearing the candle flame hat, the sea-devouring robe, and stepping on the caged dragon, suddenly felt that chess was actually quite fun. Unfortunately, the bishop's defense was too strong. Otherwise, he would have become the most eye-catching toy soldier in the giant chessboard. Now, the limelight of the most eye-catching toy soldier seemed to have been snatched away by little Jiang Shue. With a loud bang, the black and white cube beneath his feet shattered again. Jiang Shao hurriedly scanned the battlefield, only to see that Lynx was holding the melted empress head in its mouth and spitting out a lava stone in Jiang Zhao's direction. Jiang Shao didn't dare to reach out to catch it. Instead, he held the flower blade and stabbed the dazzling lava stone, placing it on the tip of the blade. I reckon that the Empress Star Bead should be among them. Jiang Shao looked around, only to find that there were ghostly figures flashing everywhere. As the floor beneath their feet shattered, everyone fell down together with piles of stone palace guards. They had teleported back to where they came from. Is it because the Empress has been dealt with? Even without the peace buckle, they could still teleport. Jiang Shao stepped on the dragon's head and flew down quickly. He looked around and threw the star bead in his hand into the distance. Xia Yan, Bishop Star Bead, purify. Xia Yan scooped him up casually and threw him a kiss while wearing a cloak. Mua, she said smilingly while descending. It should be the result of the surge of adrenaline, right? People tend to overreact when they're hot-blooded. Jiang Shao vaguely remembered that he had been ambushed by her once after the World Cup. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao looked at the starry sky Dharma god who was surrounded by dozens of flame puppets and had activated the flame shield. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived beside Han Jiangshue on the dragon with I Ching-chun. While descending, Jiang Shao handed over the stone on the flower blade and said, Empress Star Bead, absorb. Previously, the team knew that the Empress had the King Broken Hoop that was similar to Ice Roar and Fire Tornado. Hence, Han Jiangshue did not intend to obtain that star bead at all. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao had already found out the true meaning of the King Broken Hoop through Star Warriors era. Such a star technique that prohibited spatial star techniques would definitely make up for little Jiangshue's shortcomings. Han Jiangshue's actions made Jiang Shao sigh in his heart. From her point of view, she should have been puzzled and unwilling to absorb the star bead that overlapped with her own star technique. However, Jiang Shao asked her to absorb it. Hence, she broke open the broken stone, took out the Empress Star Bead, and immediately absorbed it into her body. How is it? Jiang Shao asked as he looked at Han Jiangshue expectantly. However, Han Jiangshue shook her head. Jiang Shao said, continue absorbing it later. The King Broken Hoop has the effect of sealing space, just like the Imprisoned Dragon's star technique, Imprisoning Domain. Oh, Han Jiangshue's eyes lit up. To be honest, if there wasn't only one imprisoned dragon, she would have preferred to kill more imprisoned dragons and absorb the star beads in their heads. The silly imprisoned dragon hovered above the army of fireworks puppets with Jiang Shao. At this moment, it still had no idea that its best friend's sister had long harbored ill intentions towards it. The members of the Tail Feather team quickly returned to the team. Second Last transformed into her human form and looked at the surrounding soldiers who were quickly getting up. She said, be careful, there's still the Empress on this floor, but we're not prohibited from using spatial star techniques. Clearly, the king is here too. Everyone had a sullen expression. Of course, they knew about the King's star techniques, and Second Last and Xia Yan were there to assassinate the king. They were there for the King's star bead. The chariot roared and overturned a group of fireworks puppets that were blocking the way, but it stopped in front of the great sage. A golden rod smashed down, and at the instant that the rod collided with the chariot, the great sage felt his vision blur. The 4-meter-tall, mobile castle in front of him suddenly changed. It turned into a marble giant wearing a cloak, a crown, and a scepter. He used one arm to block the illusory cudgel, and at the same time stomped down on the great sage. Although the king was huge and had a stone body, he had a speed that did not match his size. He did not flash before attacking, but rather, he attacked first and then flashed. The dignified king, who was wearing a crown, had already landed his foot the moment he appeared. His movements were smooth. The great sage's reaction was just as fast, and he was surrounded by shadows. He tried to shuttle through them, but he failed. The empress and the king cooperated extremely well. The king wanted to flash, but the empress dissipated the broken king hoop. After the king flashed, the empress' broken king hoop immediately surrounded the black and white chessboard. Bang! The great sage was stomped into the black slab and was pressed down inch by the king's foot. As everyone landed on this floor, there were only 3 people with peace buckles on their necks. They were Han Jiangxue, Jiang Shao, and second last, who had just returned. The number of peace buckles was limited to 3. Yi Qingshun had given her the best candidate, and even Yi Qingshun himself had given up the protection of the peace buckle. Second last's face stiffened and the sound of the peace buckle shattering could be heard. She hurriedly flashed, and the giant sword condensed in her hand was aimed at the king's head. Whoosh! However, she missed her target, and the 7-meter-long giant king turned back into a 4-meter-tall stone castle. Of course, second last missed her target. The king's blink was not just a simple blink, but it was also switching positions with the target. Jiang Shao yelled furiously, "Our dragon, use your star technique, imprisonment domain." Who? Don't even think about flashing anymore. As Jiang Shao hollered, Sun Dasheng, who was suppressed in the stone slab by the castle, exploded too. His platinum body of star power was piecing together frantically, and he overturned the 4-meter-tall castle. A 16-meter-tall great sage of star power, carrying his heaven-reaching rod, rose from the ground and smashed the small fort with his rod. Like swatting a fly, he smashed the chariot. No, it should be called a toy chariot, against the wall in the distance. The great sage leaped up and smashed his heavy body towards the king who was hiding among the imperial guards. Under the layers of star power, the bangs on his forehead fluttered in the wind, and there was an unprecedented sense of defiance in his eyes. The red cloth on his forehead fluttered in the wind, and the great sage hollered furiously, "You dare suppress me?" Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin. "Why are you so angry? I don't think it's been 500 years. I'm afraid it's been less than 5 seconds, wow." Little Chongyang's mouth turned into an O shape. She raised her little head and stared blankly at the arrogant figure flying through the sky. For a moment, she turned into a little fangirl. Huff, the 16-meter-tall little Chongyang rose from the ground. She gripped her ancient halberd and pounced in Sun Dasheng's direction. She imitated the great sage's tone, her face filled with arrogance. She shouted angrily, "Dare suppress me?" The great sage smashed the king into the cracked ground with his rod. Suddenly, he heard an angry roar behind him. He turned his head abruptly, only to see a heavy heavenly halberd smashing down on his face. The great sage? "Tomorrow is little Jiangshue's birthday. I'll make up for last year's birthday. For the past half a month, I've been updating every day, and I've been updating more than 10,000 times a day. I think Lord Fazin wouldn't want me to die of exhaustion. I'll just update normally and not as much as Shrimpy. Also, seeing how hard he works, can I give him a monthly ticket to encourage him? Hard." Chapter 1181. Star Art, King Star Technique 1. Diamond King Chariot Mark. Imprint the chariot mark on the target through contact. The target could be a living or non-living body, but the size and mass of the target must be similar to the user. The chariot mark cannot be purified, but it can be destroyed. 2. Star art. King chariot transposition. Within a certain range, the user will swap positions with the target marked by the chariot mark. Biological characteristics. The king can directly switch positions with the chariot of the same color. There is no need to imprint the chariot mark. Jiang Shao flipped through the illustrated handbook of star beasts in Star Warrior era and came to a sudden realization. It was no wonder that no one was mentally prepared when the chariots suddenly swapped positions with the king, nor did they see any chariot mark. It turned out that it was because of the biological characteristics. However, it was a special characteristic of star beasts and a privilege that belonged to them. If human Star Warriors wanted to use such a star technique, they would definitely have to imprint the target before swapping positions. However, the description of the second star technique was rather vague. Swap positions with the target within a certain range? How far is a certain range? If Jiang Shao were put the chariot mark on Xia Yan's body, they probably wouldn't be able to swap positions while he was in Antarctica, right? I'll test it out after I learn it. Jiang Shao thought to himself. In front of little Jiang Shue, the flame puppets that she summoned were already locked in battle with the Imperial Guards. Jiang Gong and Ho Mingming even turned into 2 cannons that shot arrows at the army. Gu Shi and was even more terrifying as he threw an illusory hammer into the air. The huge illusory hammer hung in the air, raining down hammer shadows on the enemy camp, bombarding them indiscriminately. Platinum Fall of the Gods. Second last flashback to Jiang Zhao's side and said, "Open the space door." The passive defensive star technique of the Imperial Guards, battle formation, is rather special. Throw it in. Indeed, there were more than 80 Imperial Guards on the first floor, but now the number of Imperial Guards on this floor had dropped. There were about 600 to 700 Imperial Guards on this floor. The battle formation star technique passively increased one's defense as the number of people increased. It was once the lowest level creature in the chessboard, but now it had begun to cause trouble for the tail feather team. Of course, the defensive power of the Imperial Guards had increased, but there was no such benefit for their offense. With a flash, Jiang Shao plunged into a group of guards with imprisoned dragon and opened the space gate. Jiang Shao, who was holding a flower blade, waved it continuously and fought against a group of weaklings. At the end of the day, Jiang Shao was a big shot in the universe, while the guards were all gold-quality minions apart from their special defensive abilities. They were just a little bigger and a little intimidating. With its massive size, the dragon swept a large number of guards into Jiang Zhao's space gate. In the distance, the Star Power Little Chongyang and the Star Power Great Sage had clearly become a new giant combination. One of them was holding a cudgel, while the other was holding a halberd. They were chasing after the toy soldiers on the chessboard. Due to the fact that when the body of Star Power was activated, the Star Warrior's body would be located at the heart of the body of Star Power, while the other parts of the body would be made up of Star Power. Hence, neither of them was afraid of getting injured. It was the first time that the soldiers on the chessboard had seen the body of Star Power, so they did not grasp the main point. They attacked the feet of the Little Chongyang and the Great Sage, hitting their ankles and calves in an attempt to knock the 2 giants to the ground. However, they could not cause any harm to them at all. Dong! 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 The chessboard suddenly shook, and Jiang Shao, who was playing with the sword, turned around in shock, only to see that Little Chongyang had given up on her usual attacking routine and was stomping her feet at the group of toy soldiers beneath her feet. While stomping her feet, she muttered, "How dare you suppress me?" At the corner of the chessboard, Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. At the next moment, the 16-meter-tall Star Power Xia Yan rose from the ground and hollered, "Who dares to suppress me?" The Great Sage was speechless. The corners of the Great Sage's mouth twitched awkwardly, and he thought, "It's clearly a domineering and fiery sentence, but it sounds a little lacking when you say it. Hurry up and stomp. Hurry up. Stop playing." Martha hollered and summoned a few water clones, which then charged towards a white king that was searching for a white chariot. Fifth Tales cast a sound of silence on Xia Yin. We found another king. Jiang Xiao yelled. I Ching Chun, who had been guarding Jiang Xiao cautiously, immediately looked at the giant Xia Yin and saw the figure of the White King. She waved her hand abruptly and threw a sound of silence at it. The members of the tail feather team displayed their respective abilities. Han Jiangxue was burning a queen with white flames when little Chong Yang suddenly flashed over, leaving a massive star power shell in place. Little Chong Yang, who was wearing a cloak, floated beside Han Jiangxue and held a star bead in his hand. Here, Sister Jiang Xiao. Han Jiangxue opened her slender fingers abruptly, and the white flames in the distance burst forth and tainted the queen's stone body. At the same time, she turned around and looked at little Chong Yang, who was presenting a treasure to her. She couldn't help but reach out with her other hand and pat her head gently. It's not Sister Jiang Xiao, it's Sister Han Jiangxue. Oh, little Chong Yang nodded obediently. Go take a look at the one over there. I've burned it too, Han Jiangxue said, gesturing to the female stone statue that was burning and rolling on the ground. Hee, sister, you're awesome. I'll go get it for you. Little Chong Yang's figure flashed and disappeared. Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up after absorbing the star bead. Did I succeed in absorbing it? Which star technique is it? Is it the black and white block or the broken king hoop? Han Jiangxue hurriedly activated her star technique, but a sugar cube that was 10 meters in length and width suddenly appeared beside her. Han Jiangxue was speechless. The huge white cube appeared beside her, and little Chong Yang, who had flashed back, stepped on the neat and tidy stone cube curiously. With a look of bewilderment, she asked, Huh? It wasn't here when I left just now. As she spoke, the cube beneath little Chong Yang's feet moved. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Diamond, black and white block. Summon black and white stones to change the surrounding environment. The stones are likely to give birth to chessboard creatures. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The white cube was covered in cracks, and a huge face slowly appeared from the cube. Han Jiangxue's breathing paused slightly, but she saw a noble and elegant female face. The White Queen. The queen's huge face first popped out from the side of the cube, followed by her arms. She pressed her palms on both sides, seemingly trying to climb out. Han Jiangxue hurriedly flew over while wearing the Soul Devourer and arrived beside the head of the Marble Queen. The queen was obviously stunned for a moment. She had just been born from the cube, so she obviously did not expect to see an unfamiliar species. There was no such thing as a chessboard creature. They were all born from the cube, and as soon as they were born, they would have complete combat abilities, and their brains seemed to be equipped with the corresponding chessboard knowledge. Han Jiangxue's heavenly sounds, this freshly baked marble statue of the goddess, was a little confused. The Empress' face was beautifully drawn. Her slightly startled expression was extremely lifelike. Her long hair was coiled up high, and she wore a small crown on her head. She also saw a small hand being brought to her face. The queen's body was half outside the cube, and she stared at the little person floating in front of her in a daze. The little person had also pressed a ball of white flames into her mouth. Ugh! Ah! Ah! The Marble Queen was dumbfounded in the beginning, but now the white flames were raging and burning in her mouth. She shrieked miserably and continuously spat out burnt stones from her mouth. She gripped the stone head tightly with both hands and was in excruciating pain. Her once beautiful face had now become incomparably hideous and even twisted, as if she had gone mad. Han Jiangxue floated away, silently, and looked at the Marble Queen with her head tilted. She suddenly realized that the tail feather team probably didn't need to obtain star beads there anymore. From now on, Han Jiangxue could summon the cube and wait for the chessboard creatures to be born from it before collecting the star beads in their brains. The problem now was that the queen's black and white block star technique was to breed chessboard creatures. How did the first queen appear? Seeing that something was wrong, Jiang Xiao hurriedly flashed back, only to see the strange scene. Finally, under Han Jiangxue's ruthless attack, the head of the freshly baked Marble Queen was burned to pieces, and the headless body that was exposed outside the cube also drooped down softly. Han Jiangxue put away the star bead and looked at Jiang Shao. I can create black and white cubes to breed chessboard creatures. We don't have to fight here. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, but he was thinking about something else. He said, if we do it well, we can even have an army of Imperial Guards. Although their attacks are inferior, their defenses are high, and they can be used as a defensive wall. Han Jiangxue immediately nodded. Indeed, Jiang Shao hurriedly asked, the black and white block star technique that you've absorbed, is it the white cube that specially summons the queen? Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, no, the black or white cubes that I summon are random. The chessboard creatures that are produced in them are also random. Besides, if it's just like what you said in Star Warriors era, I can only say that I've won the lottery when I summon the cube for the first time. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, maybe the probability of breeding chessboard creatures in the cubes isn't low. Han Jiangxue frowned and didn't respond. Jiang Shao frantically asked, what's the matter? While absorbing the queen star bead that she had just obtained, Han Jiangxue said, nothing. I'm just a little tired from using star conversion martial arts so frequently. Jiang Shao said, you shouldn't lie, little Jiangxue. We all know each other very well. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao and said, I'm thinking about a useless question. Jiang Shao said, speak. Han Jiangxue said, the queen's black and white block star technique is used to summon chessboard creatures. So, where did the first queen come from? Hearing this, Jiang Shao scratched his head. Han Jiangxue smiled and said, it's a question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. It's meaningless. Jiang Shao said, the chicken came first before the egg. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, where did the first chicken in the world come from then? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, maybe I was forced by life. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Chapter 1182. Adding more chapters for the Alliance Master with smelly feet. You, turn around, Han Jiangxue said while staring at Jiang Shao silently. Huh? What are you doing? Jiang Shao scratched his head and turned around. Han Jiangxue suddenly extended her long legs and kicked Jiang Zhao's buttocks. Lil Chongyang, who was standing above the stone cube, couldn't help but grin. Sister Han Jiangxue is so scary. Jiang Shao staggered and pressed his hand against the square in front of him. He turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue with an aggrieved expression. However, before he could say anything, a message suddenly appeared in his head. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The internal star map is back? He was kicked back by Big Sister? Is there such a benefit in telling dirty jokes? Jiang Shao hurriedly opened his internal star map, and under the protection of a group of flame puppets, the flames illuminated Jiang Zhao's excited face. Star power level. Starry Sky Stage Level 2. His star power level has increased so quickly. How long had it been? At the very most, it was less than 20 days, right? Did he just advance from Starry Sky Level 1 to Level 2? Was it because the astral power concentration of the alien ball was too high? Or was it because he'd been carrying out missions too frequently and was fighting every day? Or could it be that the old man's training method was really effective and the physical training brought about by melee combat was more conducive to improving the realm of star power? Or perhaps Jiang Shao was shocked. He had been developed by the Human Transformation Blueprint. Could it be that the Human Transformation Blueprint was not a one-off deal, but instead it had greatly tapped into Jiang Zhao's potential and allowed him to improve rapidly in the following days? If there were no surprises, Martha should have already entered the early stages of the Starry Sky realm. The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more excited he got. In this case, he felt that he should hurry up and transform Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin to tap into their potential. If there was also the bonus of increasing the realm of star power, he definitely had to increase it as soon as possible. Jiang Shao hurriedly looked down and also saw the battle results of Jiang Hua, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Wu, who were stationed in the various cities. Xia Family Saber Technique, Diamond Quality LV7. Archery Proficiency, Platinum Quality Level 4. Fontion Halberd Master, Platinum Quality Level 7. Fighting Blade Mastery, Platinum Quality Level 8. Just from the extent of the increase in melee blade mastery was the most terrifying. Previously, Martha had always been in the galaxy stage. She had been stuck in the realm of the close combat saber technique, unable to transform stars into martial arts and enter the galaxy stage. At this time, the fighting sword mastery had reached Platinum Level 8, and it had even surpassed the sky halberd technique that he had practiced earlier. Of course, Jiang Wu of Dancing Soul City had been training hard day and night. On the other hand, Martha and John Kelly had been using martial stars conversion and butterfly knives all the time. The three of them practiced the same skill together, and Martha and John Kelly were constantly fighting on the front lines. The experience that the three of them had learned and a deeper understanding of swordsmanship techniques were all shared and eventually fed back to Jiang Zhao's internal star map. How could his techniques not improve quickly? In comparison, Jiang Yi practiced and taught the ghost monks with the square heaven halberd. Jiang Hua practiced and taught the barbarians with the giant blade, and Jiang Gongzi practiced on the battlefield with the bow and arrow. All improved to a certain extent, but not so fast. While thinking about it, Second Last suddenly hollered, "Retreat! Corner!" All of a sudden, everyone in the tail feather brigade froze and looked up at Second Last, who was standing in mid-air. Well, to be exact, on the hidden dragon head. Second Last said, while tugging the hidden dragon head's horns and spinning it backward forcefully. The little hidden dragon might not be good at anything, but it was definitely the best at escaping. It quickly drifted away with Second Last. Han Jiangxue also activated the Dark Sky defense and teleported everyone to a corner of the chessboard. At this moment, all the pairs on the chessboard also moved towards the corner. Rumble! All of a sudden, a torrent of lightning struck down. The powerful torrent of lightning actually smashed the floor that was made of black and white stones. After landing on the floor where the tail feather brigade was, it did not slow down at all and blasted a large hole in the floor before continuing to blast downwards. It was not a single bolt of lightning, but rather a lightning waterfall that seemed to be a combination of dozens of bolts of lightning. Martha picked up the King's Star bead and stood next to Xia Yan's boots. Just as she was about to fly up and hand it to Xia Yan, her hand stiffened. The members of the Tail Feather Brigade were not the only ones who were stunned. All the chariots, knights, and guards on the chessboard were stunned too, as the torrent gradually dissipated, for people slowly floated down from above. There were 4 people dressed in black cloaks who were looking down at the audience. At this moment, Second Last's breathing paused for a moment. Their faces were both familiar and unfamiliar. Unfamiliar because she had never seen them in person before. Familiar because all 4 of them were on the list of international fugitives. They were in the folder of the official members of the Star Organization. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and the youngest one was probably in his mid-40s. One of them was an old man whose age could not be discerned, and he seemed to be frail. However, Jiang Xiao, who was familiar with the information of the members of the Star Organization, knew very well that the old man was only 55 years old this year. How did he end up in such a state? He did not take good care of himself, and was as thin as a bamboo pole. His face was filled with wrinkles, and he looked like a candle flame that was swaying in the cold wind. It seemed that a gust of wind would be able to extinguish his flame of life. Jiang Xiaopi, the frail man who looked like an old zombie, said. As soon as he spoke, he got straight to the point. Jiang, Xiao, Pai, Plato. Jiang Xiao asked with a sullen expression as he looked at the man with sunken eyes and a wrinkled face. Seems like you know my code name. Very good. A trace of a smile appeared on the elder's face as he looked around and saw the massive dragons from the dragon cave. He said, as expected of a trial taker, you have many interesting creatures. The old man retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Xiao again. You should know why I'm here, right? The prophet has already told you everything. For some reason, Jiang Xiao could see a hint of elegance, even though the old man had a poor foundation. Prophet? IF Asterisk King know who you are, because I've killed members of your star organization on Earth. I've studied all the information of the members of the star organization. What does it have to do with the Prophet? In addition, the Prophet is... Jiang Shao frowned slightly. Hope Jenkins. That Hopkins who was basking in the sun on a rocking chair on the beach along the Mediterranean Sea, waiting to die. Jiang Shao sneered and said, You think that old man is a prophet? Plato took off the hood of the sea devourer, stroked his white curly hair, and nodded with a smile. He gave us knowledge, broadened our horizons, and let us know the meaning of life. He also inspired you in the same way, didn't he? Jiang Shao sneered. The creatures on the chessboard were obviously of high intelligence. As early as when the Tail Feather Brigade was killing everything on this floor, there was already a queen who attempted to break the floor and ask for support from the creatures on the chessboard on the next floor. At this time, the group of four that suddenly appeared seemed to be opposing the team that was slaughtering the chessboard. The queens shouted loudly, and the creatures on the chessboard returned to the west side of the chessboard, lined up, and entrenched themselves in it. With a large pit in the middle that was blasted by the lightning torrent as the boundary, the soldiers of the Tail Feather Brigade were on the east side of the chessboard. The group of four floated above the pit and looked at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze as if there was no one else in their eyes. Plato nodded politely at Jiang Shao. Since you know the purpose of our trip, let's get started. With that, Plato looked at a particularly strong and tall man beside him. Jiang Shao knew the name of the other party. He was a former soldier of the Reese Kingdom who defected and joined the Star Organization, Les Van Carlson. Jiang Zhao's expression was gloomy. Tail, Feather Brigade, no, Jiang Xiaopi. Plato shook his head repeatedly and spoke the Chinese name Jiang Xiaopi very fluently without any accent. However, when he spoke other words, he switched back to English with a strong accent of a certain country. It's you. Looking at the people of the Tail Feather Brigade who were ready to launch a sneak attack at any time, Plato did not panic at all. He said, You shouldn't have left your teammates outside to keep watch. Second last paused for a moment. Fu Hei, Shadow Crow. Second last figure flickered, and when she returned, she looked extremely sullen. Jiang Shao also seemed to have realized something and said, Continue. Plato gestured to Carlson, who was floating in front of him, and said, Seems like you have no choice but to promise Carlson to let him face the trial takers bravely. Jiang Shao frowned and asked, Aren't you guys here to kill me? Plato nodded matter-of-factly and said, It's like this. This is the direction that the Prophet has pointed out to his lost children. You're an old man, yet you claim to be the child of Hope Jenkins? Jiang Shao felt a chill down his spine. Plato raised his head and looked at the sky through the huge hole that had been blasted by the lightning. With a respectful expression, he said, The Prophet doesn't want the children to use any conspiracies. He wants us to be strong and brave enough to face ourselves and face the young man who stands at the peak of our skills. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Plato crossed his fingers and clenched his fists in front of his chest. He closed his eyes and muttered, Only by defeating the trial takers and our mental demons can we be considered to be prepared for the future. Only then will we be qualified to welcome the next stage of our lives. Plato then lowered his head and gestured in Carlson's direction before saying to Jiang Shao, Defeat him, and I'll return your teammates to you. Hurry up and defeat your mental demons. F*CKU. Jiang Shao was so infuriated that the veins on his forehead bulged, and he almost stomped his feet and cursed. Of course, Jiang Shao did the same. He pointed at Plato and cursed. My star techniques have all been sealed by your Prophet. You want to fight me one-on-one? How dare you say that I'm your mental demon? Huh, how shameless are you? Plato's face stiffened. How many years has it been since I've been scolded like that? Or rather, how many years has it been since someone dared to be presumptuous in front of me? A while ago, they finally found the Prophet and ushered in the dawn of life and new hope. It was only right for them to be educated and punished by the Prophet for being foolish and ignorant. But this kid, Plato's stiff expression disappeared in a flash, and he quickly regained his elegant appearance, which did not match his overindulgent old face. He looked at Carlson, who was floating below, and said, "Go, make him shut up. Let the prophet see the sincerity of his children and have a fair and just duel with the trial takers." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "I'm your trial taker? So, I'm an evil dragon now? You bunch of criminals have become brave warriors? Have you ever seen a warrior with 28 or 9-star slots fight an evil dragon with 9-star slots and sealed star techniques? What kind of rubbish evil dragon is this? Isn't this too unchallenging?" Carlson floated down and stood on the black cube, staring at Jiang Shao with a smile. Plato said, "Trial taker, you don't have a choice. Remember, your teammates are still in my space, waiting for you to fight." Damn it, he's so dignified. He's talking about fairness and justice, Jiang Shao said in disgust. "Aren't you threatening me?" Plato nodded with a smile and said, "Fairness and justice are for you and our trial takers, not for others." Mother asterisk her. Jiang Shao took a step forward, but Second Last grabbed hold of him. Second Last shielded Jiang Shao behind her and stepped forward at the same time. "Maybe you guys need more trials." Jiang Shao had never realized that Second Last would be so flexible. In order to protect Jiang Shao, she actually accepted Plato's nonsense? Or could it be, is she just purely a personal grudge? Jiang Shao was very familiar with those words. Because of those words, Second Last dragged Jiang Shao, who was training with the national team, to Kangchin to kill the criminal leader together with her. Second Last's personal grudge against the Star Conversion Organization was obviously more serious. The old captain, One Tail, who had once helped her and guided her growth, had died in the hands of the Star Conversion Organization's reserve members. Plato smiled mysteriously and said to the burly man below, "Let the trial taker see your strength, and let him be prepared. Perhaps the prophet will be able to sense our sincerity, right?" The only female in the air spoke. She looked like she was in her early 40s, but Jiang Shao knew that she was already in her mid-50s. She was in a completely different state from the old man beside her. She had taken good care of herself and looked like she had been living a comfortable life. She had tender skin and a tall, slender figure, which made her look like a middle-aged woman. Her voice was gentle, and she looked down at Second Last with her slightly faded brown eyes under the hood. She smiled elegantly and said softly, "Indeed, Carlson, maybe you should make this foolish child shut up first." Upon hearing this, the burly Carlson smiled and stood on the black checkered ground while sizing Second Last up. Seemingly not bothered by the hidden dragon that was floating behind her, he said, "I'm not interested in star warriors like you, but if you want to die, I can grant you your wish." TSK. He's already an aging star. Second Last pulled out a giant sword and stared at Carlson expressionlessly. She did not respond and merely gestured at Carlson with her finger. She didn't even have to say anything. They could tell that she was an old tail feather. There were still 20 points left. Chapter 1183. "Okay, I'll fulfill your wish." Carlson sneered and waved his hand, after which an illusory hammer appeared in his hand. Clearly, as a member of the Star Conversion Organization, the star techniques that he chose were all of high quality. He immediately used the star technique from the Fairy Tale Forest, a national treasure of the country of Will. Of course, no one was born a Star Conversion. At least after joining the Star Conversion Organization, they would be equipped with more advanced star techniques. From that perspective, the 16 star slots that they absorbed and embellished before the Galaxy stage would probably not be the best in the world, be it in terms of quality or efficacy. In fact, that phenomenon could even be extended to the Galaxy stage. After all, in order to join the Star Conversion Organization, one would have to be a Galaxy criminal leader with a certain level of ability on Earth. The group of members of the Star Conversion Organization had only been on the alien planet for a short period of time. According to Bays and Nana Z, they should have arrived in 19 years. In that case, they had only been in the alien planet for more than a year. On Earth, Due to environmental issues, such as the concentration of star power, the limit of human cultivation was mostly at the peak of galaxy. The suspected leader of the Star Conversion Organization was just a suspicion, and he was not one of the 4 people in front of him. He didn't know if these people had reached the starry sky stage in a short 1 year after they got on the alien sphere. Jiang Xiao was a little puzzled. They clearly saw the dragon creature, but they didn't seem to care. Could it be that they really have something up their sleeves? Or are they just bluffing? Are they so immersed in their own beauty that they have forgotten about the dangers of the outside world? Jiang Xiao had to take back what he said just now. His Mecca, Martha, was born a star conversion. Under the careful nurturing of his mother, Liana, Martha's star techniques were not only extremely effective, but also of high quality. Besides, if one was a member of a large family like Yi Qingxin or a noble, such as Prince Bino or Princess Sophia, their star techniques would probably be very reasonable and effective too. However, Leslie Carlson, who was a rebel, was clearly not one of them. Second Last stared at Carlson expressionlessly, and the blade of mist in her hand quickly condensed and compressed. It was clearly made of mist, but it was compressed to the point that it had a platinum luster. Carlson raised the hammer of illusions that had condensed into a physical form. Stars sprinkled down from the sky. For a moment, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. This gigantic star? This is the star technique Star Rain from Star Dragon. Did the members of the Star Organization really enter the Dragon Cave? How difficult would it be for a warrior to absorb such a rule's star technique? How many Star Dragon star beads would he have wasted? Second Last's pupils constricted, and she quickly darted backwards. Oh, up above, the woman with a playful look on her face raised her brows slightly. She stretched out a finger and twirled it gently. In the next moment, countless shattered stones spun around the gigantic chessboard. Diamond, broken king ring. Second Last, who was flashing away, heard the sound of the safety buckle shattering again. Obviously, this group of Star Conversion members had already explored this chessboard. Besides, they also had the ability to restrict the star technique, Broken King Ring. 6 gigantic stars smashed down and smashed the black and white checkered floor. The starlight that burst out also carried an unparalleled impact. Second Last's heart skipped a beat, but she did not use the star technique of space-time gap. Instead, she held onto her long sword and dashed forward. Jiang Xiao, who had a tacit understanding with Second Last, immediately understood her intentions. With the help of Yi Qingxin's safety buckle, Second Last could have flashed away, but she did not choose to do so. Clearly, she was waiting for an opportunity. Once such a foreshadowing was used, it would be a moment of life and death. If it was not used, it could also pave the way for the other members of the Tail Feather team. Jiang Xiao sighed with emotion at her choice. He pressed one hand on Yi Qingxin's arm and pressed it down gently, as if to stop him. At the same time, Jiang Xiao looked up at the old woman and said, "You old witch, what are you doing? Are you going to provide assistance on the spot?" The charming old woman smiled at Jiang Xiao nonchalantly and said, "Trial taker, the so-called fairness and justice are just charity given to you by the children of the prophets. We don't need to respect other foolish people who mess things up." As she spoke, the 2 heavy chariots had already collided. Bang! The heavy hammer in Carlson's hand collided with the mist blade in Second Last's hand, producing a loud sound. Carlson's expression changed drastically. The calm and collected look that he used to have vanished without a trace in an instant. The power that came from the long hammer made Carlson feel horrified, and he stared at Second Last in bewilderment. What level of power is this? The late Starry Sky stage? Or the peak of the Starry Sky stage? Is she an Earthling who just came up? Are you kidding me? How long has it been since the fusion of Earth and the alien ball? For months at most. How could there be such a high-level player? Did she enter the alien ball in advance? No. According to the intelligence, she was clearly a high-ranking officer of the Guardians of the Night who was stationed at the border. She had only entered the alien ball in the past half a month. Even if she went to the Starry Sky, it would already be commendable. How could she have reached the later stages of the Starry Sky stage? Or does she have a star technique in her star slot that can increase one's attributes? At this moment, Carlson had no idea that Second Last was supporting Jiang Xiao, the prophet that they were talking about, who was going to open up the next stage of their lives and provide them with generous conditions, was easily obtainable for Second Last. While Carlson was still thinking about it, Second Last suddenly condensed a giant blade in her other hand and slashed it horizontally. Carlson stomped his feet and immediately activated his star technique, Brutal Charge, before charging at Second Last. Huff! Second Last figure quickly turned into mist, and Carlson's heavy body passed through her. Second Last also quickly turned into a physical body and waved her sword, after which a large flame arc was thrown out and smashed into Carlson. A large dark gold shield condensed in Carlson's hand, and he was forced to retreat by the powerful flame arc. While retreating, he waved his hand abruptly and threw an illusory hammer at Second Last. Rumble! The illusory shadow of the hammer descended from the sky. Stars, twilight of the gods. A large hole appeared on the black and white stone slab, and Second Last, who was covered in mist, floated to the edge of the giant hammer. She then stepped on the edge of the cracked floor and stared at Carlson coldly. She reached behind her and tied the dark red hair rope that had been with her for many years. She then raised her head at Carlson and said, "Come." Plato frowned and said, "Carlson, I can't feel your piety. What are you doing?" Carlson was no longer as relaxed and cheerful as before. His face grew sullen, and he waved his hand forcefully, after which an illusory hammer rose into the air again. Stars, fall of the gods. In the tail feather squad, Gushurin finally experienced what it truly meant to have the gods fall. His platinum, fall of the gods, was nothing compared to the scene in front of him. Second Last tightened her legs and dashed towards Carlson like a lunatic. Carlson also pulled out a stone warhammer from the star map that had been opened. He wrapped his fingers around the chain at the bottom of the hammer and swung it at Second Last. The hammer dashed towards Second Last, while Carlson grabbed the hammer with one hand. So fly, fly, Thor. It's just that there's no electricity on the hammer. Second Last suddenly stopped in her tracks, and her body turned into a cloud of mist again. However, she immediately pieced it back together. Jiang Xiao finally knew why Second Last didn't want the soul of the Sea Devourer and refused to absorb the space-time rift. She also refused to give him the Desperado Star Bead. To Jiang Xiao, someone who didn't want the Desperado Star Bead would be a fool. It turned out that Second Last didn't need a passive defensive technique because she wouldn't be hurt at all with the support of her combat system. Carlson, who was holding the Thor's stone hammer, flew parallel to the ground and brushed past Second Last's body that was pieced together by layers of fog. This speed was almost on par with Blade of Death and Sakura Sky's territory. Second Last smirked and knew that Carlson wouldn't do anything useless. He clearly knew that she had the body of fog, so why did he still use such a seemingly physical attack to fight? There's clearly something fishy about turning stars into martial arts. Second Last didn't get what he wanted. She still turned into fog and tried to lure him over. However, she dodged and did not let the stone hammer penetrate her body. Carlson finally realized that she was not a star warrior at the peak of the Star C stage, or the early Star C stage, who had star techniques that could increase her power. She was a star warrior at the peak of the Star C stage. This speed, this reaction. At the instant that Carlson passed by, Second Last's figure suddenly appeared at a terrifying speed. Even Jiang Xiao couldn't keep up with her. Second Last grabbed Carlson's ankle and slammed him onto the ground. She was trying to make Carlson's head come into close contact with the ground. Carlson hurriedly placed his hand on the ground, but due to the immense force, his palm crushed the ground and his head smashed onto the ground. Boom! A loud sound was heard, accompanied by layers of dust rippling out. Second Last grabbed Carlson's ankle and lifted him up abruptly before dashing forward. Right in front of her, the series of hammer shadows from the fall of the stars had already descended from the sky and were chasing after her. Second Last's suicidal behavior immediately caught up with the hammer shadows. Second last strangled his neck with one hand and grabbed Carlson's Adam's apple with the other, tearing it apart forcefully. However, she couldn't break through Carlson's defense. Her other hand passed through his leg, and she seemed to be carrying Carlson as she welcomed the baptism of the fall of the gods of stars. Above, the old woman exclaimed in shock, "Carlson!" Plato's expression changed too, and he yelled, "Put away the king broken ring." The old woman hurriedly put away the king broken ring, and at the next second, Plato's expression grew even more sullen. He quickly looked around, but didn't find anything. However, he saw that Jiang Shao was smiling at Plato in the distance. That smile was so creepy. It was exactly the same smile that Plato had given them before the battle began. The cheerful young man of the past had a sinister smile on his face at this moment. Plato squinted slightly. He knew why he still couldn't save Carlson even after his companion removed the king broken ring. Behind Jiang Shao, a pitch-black imprisoned dragon hovering above the tail feathers gave him all the answers. In fact, at this moment, there were two illusory, small, imprisoned dragons circling leisurely at the bottom of the black and white stone slabs, restraining all the creatures in the area from using their star techniques. At this moment, Second Last relied on her explosive physical fitness and the domineering power of the Starry Sky Advanced Stage to fix Carlson's heavy body on her shoulder and finally welcomed the baptism of the fall of the deities. What is the ability to create opportunities? What is the ability to seize opportunities? Second Last had taught everyone in the tail feather team a lesson. How could there be 200 rounds of back and forth on the battlefield? It wasn't like filming a movie. It wasn't for the sake of excitement, but for the sake of death. If they could use one move, they definitely wouldn't use a second one. The fall of the deities. It was a fitting name. Boom, 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 boom. A series of densely packed hammer shadows fell on Carlson's body, heavily hitting Carlson's head. The star-quality hammer shadow was really merciless when it hit the back of its master's head. It didn't matter if it could break his defense or not. Even though Second Last was carrying a shield, she was still being smashed by the violent hammer shadows. Kacha! Kacha! Her feet crushed the black and white ground, and she was smashed down again and again. Second Last endured the heavy blows coming from above and tried her best to crush Carlson's Adam's apple with her iron-like claws. Inch by inch, he crushed Carlson's throat. Rumble. The fall of the deities still smashed Second Last and the area around her, after which the two of them fell into the dark next level. Jiang Shao whistled at the 3-star conversion cultivators and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the condition that your prophet provided to you, which is what you call welcoming the next stage of life, is to increase your star power realm, right?" Seeing that the three of them didn't move, Jiang Shao knew that they were really old star conversion cultivators. They were a bunch of vicious and ruthless people who didn't care about morality at all. On the surface, they seemed to be getting along well with their teammates, but in fact, they might be cursing them for being useless. Carlson's fate is unknown, and he's already fallen into the abyss. Aren't the three of you going down to take a look? However, Jiang Zhao's words did have the effect of delaying time and disrupting their thoughts. The elegance on Plato's face was gone, and he said in a deep voice, "You know it better than me, don't you? You're also carrying out the trial mission that he issued." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "It seems that it's going to be difficult for you guys to advance to the star power realm." Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, a series of heavy and muffled sounds came from the pitch-black pit on the next level of the chessboard. Every heavy blow seemed to be pounding on the hearts of the people. Unbeknownst to them, there was a team of toy soldiers who had already assembled and were waiting for a battle. Under the orders of the king and queen, they did not move forward. It could be seen that the orders given to the soldiers by the queen of the chessboard had also interfered with the decisions of the forces below. That inadvertently provided an excellent battlefield for Second Last. Everything was just like the snowfield 5 years ago, just like how she faced the mercenary captain who had a body of steel. At this moment, She was kneeling on the unconscious Carlson and punching the face of the prey beneath her with her iron-like fists. The heavy blows were accompanied by the sounds of the bones and second last's hands cracking, and Carlson's tough face was deformed again and again. It was different from the snowfield previously. 5 years ago, she had just advanced to the galaxy stage and changed her name from an awakened to a star warrior. Now, she was already in the late starry sky stage. The enemies that she had conquered had also changed from mercenaries to world-class criminals. It was the first time that Second Last had killed her enemies with her own hands. Previously, all the members of the Star Conversion team were arrested by Jiang Shao. Second Last repeatedly smashed her broken fists against the head that was gradually deforming. She had never thought that the pain would be so wonderful. The bones in his hand were broken, and there was another hand. My hands are broken. I still have my forearms, elbows, and knees. What a pity. I can give you everything, but I can't exchange it for you. If you're watching One Tale, don't go yet. There are 3 more. Boom. 4,600 words. Please vote. Chapter 1184. Plato's face grew sullen when he heard the heavy, muffled sounds below. Clearly, he did not expect that there would be such a high-level figure in the Chinese army. Plato's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he suddenly said to Jiang Shao, "I've changed my mind." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and asked, "Huh?" Plato gestured to the tall and skinny man beside him and said, "Defeat him, and I'll return your teammates to you." Jiang Shao sneered and said, "You think you can do that? You can't even defeat a small boss, and yet you want to challenge me?" Plato said with a sullen expression, "You have no choice." He then gestured to the man beside him. The tall and skinny man in the black cloak floated down and stared at Jiang Shao coldly. All of a sudden, Second Last figure flickered, and she returned to the front of the members of the tail feather team. Her hands were hanging down, and she was trembling slightly. She looked at the remaining 3 members of the Star Conversion Organization and said, "Our story is not over yet." Plato glanced at Second Last coldly and said, "Your story is worthless to me." Second Last's body tensed up, and her eyes were filled with anger. Plato said in a deep voice, "Remember, you still have 2 comrades in my space." Second Last's chest was heaving up and down violently, clearly trying to suppress the surging emotions in her. Jiang Shao suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm, but Jiang Shao immediately felt that something was amiss. Second Last was not trembling because she was overexerting herself, but because she was in pain. Thinking about the terrifying defensive power of the shield warrior and the continuous muffled sound below, Jiang Shao secretly sized up Second Last's palm, only to see that her slender and long palm had already been distorted and deformed. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be speechless. How painful is she? With that thought in mind, Jiang Shao said, "Take a break. 5th Last." Second Last turned to look at Jiang Shao, but she didn't get a direct response from him. Qin Shun cast a series of stars that penetrated Second Last's large body and quickly healed her injuries. Jiang Shao stepped forward and said, "That's cool." "Plato what?" Jiang Shao assembled a crimson giant blade in his hand and pointed it at Plato in the sky. "Your story is worthless." Plato closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his murky gaze had calmed down quite a bit. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Defeat him, and I will return your teammates to you." "I mean what I say." "Ha ha." Jiang Shao sneered again. He had never taken the promises of this group of vicious and evil people seriously. At the same time, Martha, who was hiding at the back of the team, was fiddling with the king's star bead that she had yet to hand to Xia Yan. Kacha! As Martha absorbed the star technique, the king's star bead shattered and turned into specks of starlight that fused into her body. Martha's crystal-clear eyes also lit up slightly. On top of the black cube, the tall, thin man stood quietly as he pulled out a blood-red combat blade from his chest. It was also surrounded by crimson mist and was also overflowing with blood. In terms of appearance, it looked just like Jiang Zhao's flower blade. Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue exclaimed worriedly. She was also in the Starry Sky stage, and if second last couldn't go, she would be the one to do it instead of Jiang Shao. Everyone looked at Jiang Shao worriedly, as if they were asking for permission to fight. However, Jiang Shao did not respond. Instead, he looked up at Plato and suddenly said, "I can give you what the prophet can give you too. Isn't it just increasing the realm of star power? Seek refuge with me, and I'll light up the path for your future. How about that?" Plato was stunned. Beside him, the old witch also looked at Plato in surprise, as if she was trying to confirm something. Jiang Shao continued, "Otherwise, why do you think she's so strong?" Jiang Shao then stretched his hand out and gestured to second last behind him. Plato's expression kept changing, and his gloomy face made Jiang Shao feel nauseous. Pious. The prophet will treat their children well as long as we're pious enough. Plato shouted at the old witch. At the same time, he lowered his head to look at Ming and said loudly, "This is also part of the trial." Hee hee. Jiang Shao grinned and looked at the person in front of him. Of course, Jiang Shao recognized the person in front of him. Although he did not know his real name, he knew that his code name was Ming. According to the wanted materials, he was an assassin at the peak of Star Sea. Jiang Shao wondered how powerful he was now. Jiang Shao raised his head slightly and gestured to Ming. "What do you think? I'm different from your leader. I'm a person who believes in promises, and I'm a man of my word. I've already come up with a bold idea for your new future." Plato yelled, "Ming!" Ming was holding onto the blood-colored battle sword. He lifted the front of his shirt and gently sliced his chest with the sharp sword, after which blood flowed out of the wound. The blood stained the blood-colored battle sword, causing it to emit a strong, sanguine glow. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself, according to the external form of the star technique, it should be called sanguine frenzy. Jiang Shao was rather familiar with it, because Martha also had the same star technique and used it frequently. Platinum sanguine frenzy stains the weapon with one's own blood, making it extremely sharp and giving it a powerful tearing and bleeding effect. It was worth noting that Martha's sanguine frenzy star technique was a platinum quality on Earth. How high would the quality of sanguine frenzy be in this alien sphere? This star technique had a weakness, and that was that it required the user's blood. That also meant that once one learned this star technique, they would not be able to absorb high-quality defensive star techniques like Body of Death if they didn't want it to become a decoration. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to break their own defense, let alone stain the weapon with their blood. Okay. Plato nodded in satisfaction. He was even more confident after seeing Ming's actions. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, "So you don't care about your future. You're just a loyal dog." Ming remained silent, as if she was mute. Jiang Shao looked up at the old hag and said, "What about you? Child, maybe you should save your piety for the right person." For some reason, the tense atmosphere suddenly changed. It was all because of Jiang Zhao's observation and the subtle reactions of the old hag, as well as Plato's reprimand of the old hag. Without blessing, the poisonous milk would not be able to poison one's body, but it would be able to poison one's heart. The old hag stood with her hands behind her back and looked down at Jiang Shao. "It's just a small trick. Not bad." Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up with the 9-star eyes. The old demonic woman was originally calm and collected, but she was startled and her body tensed up. Jiang Shao gestured to Plato beside her and said, "Control him. I'll give you everything you want. I'll give you a real life." "King crushing ring," Plato suddenly exclaimed. The old hag hesitated for a moment before stretching out her finger and twisting it gently. The huge chessboard was surrounded by gravel, forming an oval ring that looked like a planetary ring around a celestial body. Almost at the same time, Ming dashed forward and stabbed Jiang Shao with his sword. Jiang Shao looked at Ming, and his eyes narrowed slightly. However, it only lasted for a moment. "Damn it, these bastards. All my star techniques have been sealed, and I'm only left with the space-time gap and calamity ruin. Yet, you still want to use the king-crushing ring? Do you really think I'm a king?" Jiang Shao retreated and slashed down with his sword. Without a doubt, Ming, who had advanced to the Star Assassin stage, dodged Jiang Zhao's giant sword easily. His tall and thin figure almost brushed past Jiang Zhao's sword. Ming did not slow down at all. He turned his body sideways and stabbed Jiang Zhao's temple with his sword. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Zhao advanced instead of retreating. He raised his right elbow and used his elbow to hit Ming's wrist. Due to the huge force, Ming's arm was pushed back. Due to the fact that he was holding the sword in a reverse grip, his body had no choice but to be dragged backward by his arm. Jiang Zhao lunged forward and followed the movement of his elbow with the sword before slashing horizontally. Pu, the flower blade swept past a group of blood-colored bats. One of the bats was even torn to shreds by the sharp flower blade. Unfortunately, that bat was not the original body. The blood-colored bat quickly reassembled itself into a human form. Ming looked at Jiang Zhao from afar and spoke for the first time. Peak technique. Jiang Zhao remained silent. Ming spun the blood-colored sword in his hand and held it in front of his eyes. A martial artist whose star techniques have been sealed has no stars, only martial arts. Jiang Zhao frowned slightly, not knowing why this extremely quiet person would suddenly speak after exchanging a single blow. Ming continued, "I'm Hades Ahaya. My code name is Ming." What does he mean? Is he introducing himself? Ming held the blood-colored sword in front of his eyes and said, "After your death, there will be one less respectable person in this world. Unfortunately, you're my enemy. Otherwise, we would have a lot to talk about." Jiang Zhao sneered. "Between you and me, there's only life and death. There's no other topic." Ming's pupils constricted and he leaped forward like a ghost. The moment he charged towards Jiang Zhao, he suddenly turned into a swarm of blood-colored bats and pounced at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao was hiding a dagger in his smile. It was different from the dagger hidden in his smile during the national high school competition. This time, Jiang Zhao did not smile, nor did he hide his sword. Jiang Zhao spun rapidly with the blood-colored sword in his hand, slashing and tearing apart the blood-colored bats one after another. Suddenly, one of the blood-colored bats behind him turned into a human form and stabbed Jiang Zhao's back with the sword. However, the problem was Jiang Zhao had activated his vision. On one hand, he was in the starry stage and had enough physical fitness to react. On the other hand, Jiang Gong, who was on the left side of the team, and Martha, who was on the right side of the team, were both staring at the battlefield. If Jiang Zhao was facing the star conversion camp, everything that happened behind him would be imprinted in the eyes of Jiang Gong and Martha. So here's the problem. Can I defeat the nether god from God's perspective? The answer was Jiang Zhao did not turn around at all. In fact, he didn't even use his hands to block. Instead, he leaped forward and propped himself up with one hand on the ground. He exerted force and kicked his right leg upwards. He was 182 centimeters tall and also had a pair of long legs. However, he was too ashamed to say it in front of second last. Ming reacted quickly and hurriedly placed his elbow in front of his body, only to feel a huge force coming from his arm. His right leg drew a beautiful semicircle in the air and swept Ming, who was dashing towards him, into the sky. Jiang Zhao made use of the force of his leg to flip forward and stabilize himself. He then threw the flower blade in his hand. At the same time that he raised his head and threw the flower blade, Jiang Zhao's eyes had already lit up. In other words, he had already switched his star map the moment the flower blade left his hand. The giant blade that was spinning rapidly immediately caught up with Ming. In the nick of time, Ming's vertical figure suddenly shattered and turned into a bunch of blood-colored bats again. However, it was greatly lightened by the rapidly spinning flower blade. However, Jiang Zhao didn't stop at all. Battles were fought with one's body and wisdom. At the instant that the flower blade left his hand, Jiang Zhao's 9-star eyes flickered. At the instant that the 9-star eyes disappeared, he had already pulled the withering bow and shot an arrow. The pitch-black longbow was filled with starlight, and the dense star power arrow was shot out rapidly. In a single move, he switched to 3 star maps. The flower blade distracted the enemy. the 9-star eyes positioned the target, and the withering bow dealt a fatal blow. It was smooth and pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! The bow was like a full moon, and the arrow was like a star. The withering arrow drew a long line of star power and was aimed at the swarm of blood-colored bats that were being disrupted by the rapidly spinning flower blade. The sharp arrow pierced through the wings of a blood-colored bat. Speed, steady, accurate, ruthless. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ear-piercing sounds of the bats filled everyone's ears. Previously, the giant blade had shredded countless blood-colored bats, but none of them screamed. The scene in front of them also made everyone realize that Jiang Shao had found the only true body among the bats. The blood-colored bat's blood-red wings were dyed black and withered. Ho Mingming bit her lips and looked at Jiang Shao, who was standing proudly in the middle of the battlefield and drawing his bow like the moon on the black and white chessboard. Her pearly white teeth bit through her lips, causing traces of blood to flow out. From between her blood-stained lips, she spat out a single word, F***CK. Jiang Shao stared intently at the blood-colored bats that were flying up and down, circling left and right, withering and fleeing in panic. Ming didn't dare to transform into his human form. With half of his wings that had withered, he didn't have the courage to do so. Perhaps he was waiting for help from his teammates, but the old witch didn't make a move. Jiang Zhao's words before the battle and his performance at this moment seemed to have given him another child and caused the death of a blood-colored bat in Huaxing. The worry in the hearts of the members of the tail feather team gradually dissipated. The little toxic healer was gone, but he was still the attacking kaleidoscope that they were familiar with. The useless person in the eyes of his teammates was still the nightmare of his enemies. There were no blessings, no silence, no questions. If Ming didn't transform into a blood-colored bat, perhaps the soul devourer on his body could shield him for a while, but his battle habits had cost him his life. In just a few rounds, the little toxic healer who had seen through his battle habits had infinitely magnified his weaknesses and killed him. At this moment, it was time for him to die a slow death. Everything was just Ming's self-deception at the last moment of his life. Some people were still alive, but he was already dead. Jiang Shao pinched the withering arrow on the bowstring. His left hand, which was holding the bow, moved slowly and looked for the blood-colored bat that had fallen to the ground with a single wing. The blood-colored bat finally transformed into a human form. Half of its body was dyed black and withered. It had lost all signs of life. The bow and arrow in Jiang Zhao's hand also shattered. From the beginning to the end, he didn't shoot a second arrow. Just the intimidation alone was enough to drag that person into the abyss of a slow death. You're right about the peak of your skills, but there's nothing to talk about between us. Your story is worthless. 4,400 words, 3 chapters to continue, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1185. I'm rooting for the alliance leader of Kargalik. Not far away, Dark was lying on a black and white grid. There were no passive defensive star techniques in a star map, and he could only wither. In fact, he didn't turn into a human because he couldn't take it anymore. Instead, he was forced to turn into a human at the last moment. Ho Mingming's withering bow star map was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Without Yi Qingxin's blessing, even the purifying star technique wouldn't be able to purify the purely offensive star techniques. Up until the point of death, Dark was still waiting for the old demoness to save him, but to no avail. Jiang Shao looked up at Plato and said, "Teammate, give it to me." Plato's eyes stared intently at Ming's shattered body. He deeply inhaled a breath of air. This old man, who had once possessed a little elegance, was finally unable to suppress the throbbing in his heart. He said, "No wonder you're one of our trial takers. We've been rude this time." Jiang Shao said in a deep voice, "Teammate, give it to me." Plato did not continue and instead continued, "The prophet wouldn't lie to me. Your star slot has indeed been sealed, but why do you still have so many star techniques? Are you willing to share them with me?" At the next moment, Plato felt his vision blur. An astonishingly beautiful Western girl quickly flew in front of Plato and pressed the sword in her hand against his throat. She then said in English, "Teammate, give it to me." Plato remained unmoved, but the old witch beside him retreated a few meters to the side. Plato was no longer smiling. After 2 battles, the tail feather team had crushed his arrogance and made him realize how ignorant he was. He simply shook his head gently and said something that everyone understood. Plato said slowly, "If I give you my teammates, will you let me go?" All of a sudden, everyone fell silent. Plato continued, "If you kill me, your teammates will be exiled to my space forever until they die. I think you can imagine how lonely that feels. They're all warriors, right? They're all soldiers. They might be strong, but they can't achieve what they want. Maybe they were still husbands and fathers. If I die, they will be exiled to my space for the rest of their lives, unable to see their loved ones until they die." Marta's hand, that was holding the parrying blade, trembled slightly. The sharp blade that was pressed against Plato's throat even drew traces of blood. That made Jiang Shao a little stunned, and he wondered, are all Westerners so stubborn? Apart from the shield warriors, is there really no one else who is willing to absorb passive defensive star techniques? Previously, assassin Zhang Ming could still be forgiven. At the very least, his blood frenzy required his own blood. But looking at the old man in front of him, there were traces of blood on his throat. And then looking at Martha. When Jiang Shao took over her body, all of her star techniques had already been configured, and there were no passive defensive star techniques at all. Of course, at this point, second last passive defensive star technique was actually just endurance. After using the variant orb, his endurance went from brass endurance to gold endurance. On Earth, second last could be considered a powerful figure who had a lot of resources and connections. However, even if her star slot was empty, she wouldn't want to absorb high-quality passive defensive star techniques. Just now, second last proved why she didn't want defensive star techniques. However, Jiang Shao was still upset about it. Plato continued, "So, you'll let me leave, and I'll ask the prophet for instructions. After I leave, I promise to release your teammates." Marta was wearing a cloak and floating in the air. She stared at the old man in front of her and said while suppressing the disgust, "Do you think I'll believe you?" Plato shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then kill me. You guys are far stronger than I imagined. Perhaps you guys can do this. Of course, regardless of whether you can do it or not, your teammates won't be able to come back." All of a sudden, everyone fell silent again. Plato's body floated backward, and the familiar, elegant smile returned to his face, as if he thought that he was in control of the situation again. He said, "I heard that you value your comrades very much, right? If it weren't for the prophet's instructions, I would have even threatened you to commit suicide. You have to be grateful to the prophet, just like I am." Jiang Zhao's face was sullen, and he stared at Plato coldly. Plato stretched out his finger and gently pressed it against Marta's sword. He then slowly pushed it forward and said, "You have no choice but to accept my proposal. Don't worry, after I leave, I'll return your teammates to you." Plato then turned around and glanced at the old demoness. The old witch, on the other hand, drifted a little closer to Plato. Her swaying and fawning personality was vividly displayed in her every move. "Let's go," Plato said to the old demoness and nodded at the tail feather brigade below. His figure flickered, but he couldn't leave. Oh, Plato realized that the imprisoned dragon was causing trouble again. Although the old demoness had already put away the king broken ring, he still couldn't teleport away. Plato thought about it, but he didn't let the tail feather brigade put away the imprisoning domain star technique. He simply patted the shoulder of his teammate beside him and said, "Activate the king broken ring too, lest these youngsters act rashly. Let's go." The old demoness glanced at Jiang Shao discreetly with a strange expression. She expanded the area controlled by the king broken ring and flew towards the big hole above the chessboard. Be it the corpses of the shield warrior Carlson or the assassin Ming, they didn't even want to look at them. Their former teammates seemed to be trash that they couldn't care less about. Marta quickly flew down and arrived beside Jiang Shao. With a sullen expression, Second Last looked up at the two of them who were flying further and further away. Jiang Shao. All of a sudden, the members of the Tail Feather Brigade either stared at the figures flying upwards or looked at Jiang Shao. Shadow Crow and Fu Hei were both in each other's space. Once they left, the outcome would be hard to predict. Seeing that Jiang Shao didn't respond, Second Last made a prompt decision and said in a deep voice, "Let's imprison him and beat him until he submits." They could handcuff him during the fight, but they would have to remove the star power handcuffs if they wanted Plato to open up the space to release them. They also couldn't use any star techniques that sealed space. As the leader of the star conversion members, Plato certainly wasn't given this position for nothing. Jiang Shao placed his hand in front of Second Last and stopped her. He suddenly said, "Pendant, give it to Marta." Without hesitation, I Ching Chun placed an aquamarine jade bracelet on Marta's head. Jiang Shao pulled out the sword from the side of Martha's thigh, held it with a backhand grip, and stabbed Martha's neck from top to bottom. Xiaoyan exclaimed. She reacted quickly, but didn't know what Jiang Shao was up to. At the moment when the blade pierced her flesh, Marta's figure suddenly flickered. Everyone felt their vision blur. The tall and slender Martha in front of them had already turned into Plato, who looked like a skeleton. Pshhh. The sharp sword pierced through Plato's Adam's apple and went all the way down. The rich star power exploded and pressed down inch by inch. Plato's old face, which had a faint smile on it, became extremely shocked. He did not know what to do with this sudden scene, and he could not react at all. Jiang Shao leaned forward and reached into Plato's hood to press the back of his head. He then whispered into Plato's ear, "This time, it's my turn to change my mind." The star map of the Sea Devourer in front of his chest was activated, and the soul of the Sea Devourer surged into Plato's broken Adam's apple through the sharp sword and into his chest. The soul of the Sea Devourer on Plato's body struggled violently and tried to leave with its master. However, Second Last stepped on the tail of the cloak and stomped it into the ground. She grabbed the hood with one hand and pulled it back. As if she was peeling off the skin, she forcefully tore the pitch-black cloak from its owner's body. Even the diamond-quality cloak couldn't resist Second Last's violent power. Plato's eyes widened. His wrinkled, old face turned from shock to despair, and finally to confusion at the next moment. Everyone saw Plato's figure, which was formed by illusory lines, shrieking in pain while being shrouded by the illusory lines of the soul of the Sea Devourer. His face was hideous and distorted, and he shrieked but could not make any sound, as if he was performing a silent pantomime. In the end, the figure in the illusory soul of the Sea Devourer disappeared without a trace. Fresh blood flowed down from Plato's chest and splashed onto Jiang Zhao's chest. He abruptly pulled out his sword and retreated. Five-tails eel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I Ching Chun waved his hands continuously, and a series of small stars fell and penetrated Plato's body. Compared to Star Dragon's star technique, Star Rain, I Ching Chun's healing star technique, Starfall, was much smaller and could penetrate an ordinary-sized human. In just a few seconds, the high-quality star technique, Starfall, had already healed Plato's body completely, and new flesh grew. I Ching Chun was still worried that it might not be enough. Hence, he continuously threw golden blessing at Plato. Damn it! Jiang Shao was dumbfounded, and his body went limp as he fell backward. Although Jiang Shao, who had already invaded Plato's body with the star map and was controlling his body, was not shrouded by the light of blessing, the blissful giddiness in his head was interconnected. Han Jiangxue hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Jiang Zhao's body from behind, but she also heard Jiang Shao murmuring blissfully. At the same time, Jiang Gong, who was guarding in front of the team, also blacked out and collapsed to the ground. In the birch forest, Jiang Hua, who was fighting with a wild man with a saber, suddenly stiffened and plunged into the arms of the huge wild man. Well, to be exact, his forehead hit the wild man's thighs. Martha, who was on the chessboard, was also dumbfounded and fell from the sky. beside Martha, the old demonic woman had a look of horror on her face. The old man beside her had suddenly turned into a woman. She did not know what to do at first, but when she saw Martha falling, the old witch's mind raced. Without any hesitation, she quickly flew away. In a flash, her figure disappeared without a trace. Run? That's exactly what I want. If you don't run, wouldn't my 9-star eyes have been in vain? If you don't return to the Star Conversion headquarters, how am I going to lead the Tail Feather Brigade over and wipe you all out? I Ching Chin's blessing had completely healed the bait and mech that were in battle, sharing their senses and vision. The sea-devouring soul on Jiang Gong's body floated up while Martha, who had fallen from the sky and was wearing a cloak, was also firmly suspended in the air. I Ching Chun hurriedly stopped the blessing. Everyone looked at Jiang Xiao nervously and occasionally at Plato, who was bathed in the holy light. After a few seconds, as the holy light dissipated, a skinny figure was lying on the ground. His turbid eyes were filled with confusion about the world. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's eyes also regained some clarity. In front of him, Plato slowly climbed up. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Plato waved his right hand. A space door quietly opened. Behind the door, Inge held his blade and guarded Fu Hei behind him. He walked out with a vigilant expression and saw a group of Tail Feather Brigade members. Both of them were stunned. Their previously resolute heart suddenly turned into a reunion of old friends. It was as if the clouds had parted and the sun had appeared. Behind him, an old voice said, "You didn't expect this, did you?" The shadow crow turned its head abruptly and saw the terrifying Plato. He instinctively reached out to protect Fu Hei behind him. In his panic, he used too much force, and Fu Hei fell to the ground. There were still 20 points left. Chapter 1186. Second Last looked up at the gap in the chessboard and said, "That woman," Jiang Xiao said, "let her run. I've located her." Second Last squinted and said, "Okay." The intelligent Second Last naturally realized what Jiang Xiao wanted to do. If they were to chase after her, Jiang Xiao would be able to bring everyone to the side of the old demoness. However, in order to maximize the benefits, he would have to let the old demoness leave. However, she could lead the Tail Feather Squad to the hinterland of the Evolution Star. Second Last turned to look at Jiang Xiao and asked, "When did you leave the mark of the King's Chariot?" Jiang Xiao answered, "When Martha placed the sword on his neck." Second Last asked, "When did you absorb the star technique?" Jiang Xiao answered, "When I was fighting." Second Last smirked and pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head before rubbing it gently. She didn't seem to be encouraging her comrades, but rather it was like she was encouraging the Stardust rookie in the snowfield a few years ago. "I only came up with this plan because Martha absorbed 2 star techniques in 1 star bead." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "You're so lucky. It seems that melee combat is extremely compatible with the King Star bead. Plato is not easy to deal with either. He looks like he's dying, but he's actually extremely powerful. If we were to fight a real battle, it's hard to tell who would win. A sneak attack is obviously the best plan. It's best to do it before he can react." "Okay, well done." Second Last nodded and said, "Good job." Jiang Xiao raised his hand and pushed her palm away from his buzz cut. "There's so many people watching. Save me some face." Perhaps Second Last's actions were a little out of line because of the victory against the Evolution Star, or because she had killed her enemy, or because Shadow Crow and Fu Hei were rescued, or because Jiang Zhao's 9-star eyes had located the old demoness. It was a complete victory in all aspects of the battle. Under such a premise, she did something that should have been very private to the members of the Tail Feather Squad. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "They seem to be as calm as old dogs, but they're actually panicking. The Royal Chariot Seal was not invisible and could be destroyed. Although Plato was smiling elegantly, he was definitely panicking when he ran away. Otherwise, he would have noticed the mark on my chest and the abnormality under the cloak." As she spoke, the cloak that was flung away by Second Last had already floated back to Plato's body and found its owner. However, it did not know that its master had changed. Jiang Shao looked around at the dilapidated battlefield and the silent chessboard soldiers. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Han Jiangshua suddenly suggested, "Your previous battle should have intimidated the creatures here. They have a certain level of intelligence. Jiang Shao, you should try to negotiate with them." Jiang Shao nodded, floated up, and flew towards the 2 kings and 3 empresses who were protected by layers of guards. This scene was very interesting. The 2 kings were black and white, and the 3 queens were black and white. Although they were mixed together, they were clearly separated. The black ones were close to the black ones, and the white ones were close to the white ones. However, the white king had 2 wives. Obviously, he suffered more than the black king. Here's the problem. Why are the kings and queens a pair? The black and white soldiers, who were a mix of fish and dragons, also seemed to be in love with each other. At the very least, they were mentally united against a common enemy. They gathered together and looked at their common enemy. In the process of Jiang Shao drifting forward, 2 large fishes had already flown out from beside him. The Ao dragon that had caught up was instantly much happier. Its long body coiled around the 2 big fishes, and the dragon and the 2 fishes actually formed the shape of a barbell. Second last was guarding Jiang Shao and floated over. Due to the mental connection, Jiang Shao could also sense second last's emotions. Jiang Shao hurriedly sent a message to the poo-poo whale and cut off the mental connection with second last. She was too strict, and the thoughts in her mind were not conducive to recruiting the soldiers. Even though the chessboard army had gone through a brutal battle and knew the strength of the Tail Feather Squadron, they were also a little intimidated by the scene of the battle just now. However, they were still Constellation's big shots. It was only because they were rather intelligent that they did not charge forward recklessly. They still had the power to fight. If they could resolve it peacefully, it would be best to communicate with them sincerely instead of thinking about trampling them to death if they were disobedient. Second last clearly felt that her mental connection had been cut off. She glanced at Jiang Shao thoughtfully, but didn't say anything. At the next moment, the 2 kings were connected to Jiang Shao mentally, and with the help of the poo-poo whale, the 3 of them began to negotiate. The 3 empresses didn't know what was going on. They only saw the 3 of them staring at each other without saying a word. They just stared at each other silently. Finally, with the help of the humming whale, another queen successfully went online and joined the ranks of the discussion. She saw the beautiful blueprint that Jiang Shao had drawn for the 2 kings. She saw a black and white chessboard, as well as the pure black and white castles on the east and west sides of the chessboard. The leaders of both sides commanded their troops and horses. They could kill each other on the chessboard, but they could also live in peace and do whatever they wanted in their own palaces. Jiang Shao conveyed his thoughts. In this world, you guys can play by yourselves in the future. You won't be disturbed by any other foreign creatures. The black and white kings looked at each other. The stone crowns on their heads symbolized their identities, and the stone scepters in their hands represented the majesty of the royal family. They turned to look at Jiang Shao and nodded solemnly. The humming whale and the poo-poo whale were really godly pets. Not only could they communicate with each other, but they could also convey Jiang Zhao's kindness and sincerity. Without further ado, Jiang Shao immediately opened the door of the Shadow Ruins. Under the instructions of the kings and queens, all kinds of huge toy soldiers entered Jiang Zhao's Shadow Ruins. The elephant bishop also received the queen's order. He obviously had the ability to control the 2 colored soldiers. Under his rebuke, the soldiers who came to the new environment did not start fighting. The queens entered one after another and came to the border of the Shadow Ruins world, Eastern Europe, Russian Federation, White Russia, and Wuji. It was still the same familiar terrain and the same familiar smell. The 3 queens, 1 black and 2 white, quickly created the chessboard and bred creatures. What was surprising was that, perhaps because of their biological characteristics, the 2 white queens did not take advantage of the advantage of numbers to occupy the white squares in the chessboard. The stones they summoned were also random, and they accurately created the black and white squares according to the standard of chessboard. As the huge black and white squares were produced one after another in front of them, the guards carried the squares and walked towards the chessboard to build their new home. In fact, what moved them the most was not only that there would be no more foreign creatures to disturb them, but also the image of the palace that Jiang Shao conveyed to them. What was the most important thing in the new era? Creativity. As long as it did not violate the biological characteristics, the queens were very appreciative of Jiang Zhao's palace proposal. After the chessboard was built, they went to the left and right sides to build stone palaces. This time, there was a clear distinction. The white palace could not tolerate any black, and the black palace was the same. On the other hand, Jiang Shao did not enter the Shadow Ruins world. Instead, he followed the two kings and floated to the lower level. Of course, he had to seize this opportunity. Since the two kings were so reasonable, the kings of the lower level should be the same. However, the creatures on the chessboard on the lower level did not see the battle with their own eyes, nor were they defeated by the tail feather team. Hence, they still needed the help of the two kings. Jiang Zhao's Shadow Ruins world was huge, and there was plenty of space for a lot of chessboards. With two palaces as the standard, they could lay the chessboard on the ground in the future instead of making it underground. Of course, Jiang Shao had no objections if they insisted on digging underground, just as Jiang Shao was accompanying the two kings to persuade their colleagues with the whale and second last. On the chessboard on the upper level, Plato walked into his space gate with a few people. Be reasonable. It would be wonderful if the two of you could spend the rest of your lives here. Jiang Shao, Plato, looked around with a look of shock and muttered. Upon hearing this, Fu Hei immediately flew into a rage. Although he already knew that Plato was Jiang Zhao's Mecca, Fu Hei still wanted to kick him hard when he saw his old face. Tisk tisk. Xia Yin sighed and sized up the luxurious villa. Unlike all other space-type star techniques, this space was displayed in the form of a villa. The doors and furnishings in the villa could be destroyed and replaced, but the structure of the villa, such as the walls and stairs, could not be destroyed. Be it the walls or the open windows, they were all hidden outside of the air wall. Xia Yin blinked and stood at the edge of the living room, looking at the backyard outside the window, and said, "It's almost as big as my house." Jiang Latu was speechless. Shadow Crow humphed and said, "There are 2 floors above and below. We've searched the entire villa, but there's nothing good hidden here. The ordinary jewelry, oil paintings, and the like seem valuable, but they're useless." Jiang Latu humphed and said, "That's because you don't know how to search. When my main body comes over, I'll go back in time and find out what good things he's hiding. Don't worry, there must be treasures in his house." Although Shadow Crow was indignant, he still explained patiently, "Besides, we can't enter other places apart from the rooms. The door can be opened, but we can't sell anything. There are air walls everywhere, and they're tightly sealed. I really don't know what kind of place this is." Jiang Latu said, "It should be the star technique of the magic diamond rock in the gem mine in South Africa. The platinum quality mirrored villa star technique only has 1 level. Since the 2nd level has been opened, it should be of diamond quality. The qualitative change of a star technique of space packaging should be of star quality. When Jiang Zhao's Scourge Ruin was of platinum quality, it only had a cubic space of 10 by 10. When it was of diamond quality, it became 60 by 60 by 10. After it was promoted to star quality, it would be completely expanded and undergo a qualitative change. Little Chongyang was having fun in the long corridor of the villa. Instead of calling it a villa, it was more like a manor. It was simply too huge, and there were probably dozens of rooms. She ran all the way through the long corridor and saw the pond sculpture in the front yard. She grabbed the window frame with both hands and tried to poke her head out, but her hands did not manage to reach the window. Instead, she pressed them against the air wall. With the obstruction from her fingers, she reacted extremely quickly and retracted her head. Little Chongyang patted the air wall in front of the window with a look of pity. The scenery outside looked great, but she couldn't get out. At the same time, Jiang Latu, who was wandering around, also barged into the exhibition hall of the art studio and saw many ancient oil paintings. With a peculiar expression on his face, Jiang Latu hurriedly closed the door and floated up to pluck one nude oil painting after another. Jiang Xiao was an artistic person who couldn't see the artistic value of the paintings. It would be fine if adults saw them, but it would be terrible if little Chongyang barged in. Damn it, this old man looks at these things every day. How can he look good? Jiang Latu placed a pile of oil paintings on the table, walked out of the room, and casually entered a room, only to feel like it had been burgled. The room was in a mess. The desk and bookshelves were all overturned, and books and ornaments were scattered all over the floor. Shadow Crow and Fu Hei were smashing the flower pots and looking for something in the soil. Clearly, when Jiang Xiao said, "There must be treasures here," while wearing Jiang Latu's face, Shadow Crow and Fu Hei were stimulated. Hence, the two of them were determined to turn the place upside down. Jiang Latu frantically said, Hey, this is my home now. You two, be gentle. There must be treasures here." Fu Hei looked like he was brainwashing himself. He lowered his head and clawed at the soil with both hands. He tore apart the small tree trunk of the green tree on the ceiling, but he couldn't find any treasures. "Let's go, brother. Next room." Fu Hei got up and walked to Jiang Latu's side. He patted his shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, brother. We'll definitely find the treasures for you. Leave it to me." Shadow Crow held the book in his hand and swung it back and forth crazily. Nothing fell out of the book. He strode forward and said, "Let's go, brother." Two brothers. I was wrong. Damn, Captain Jiang has to take care of this in the future. Who did he offend, brother? Jiang Latu hurriedly grabbed Fu Hei and Shadow Crow with an old face. Chapter 1187. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiao opened his 9-star eyes and searched through the luxurious mirrored villa. He muttered, "Does this old man really have nothing?" At the side, Inge squatted on the ground and checked the floor carefully. He pursed his lips and said, "I told you a long time ago." However, Jiang Xiao frowned and said, "That's impossible. How could such a big shot not have any collectibles? Even a small fry like me has a lot of valuable things in the space." Hearing this, Fu Hei, who was also squatting on the ground to check the floor, couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You a small fry? You have a calamity shadow world, a real planet. It even spawned an endless universe. You're just a small fry?" At the side, I Ching-shan said, "Pippi, he has a lot of valuable things that can't be measured with money. It's just that you don't care." Jiang Xiao put away his 9-star eyes and turned to look at I Ching-shan with a look of shock. "What?" I Ching-shan asked. "You were the one who put the oil paintings in the exhibition room on the table, right?" Jiang Xiao thought about it, then nodded and said, "Yeah, those paintings are indecent." I Ching-shan blushed and lowered his head, seemingly thinking about the things that the oil paintings presented. "I saw one of them, Sleeping Monass." "Oh, you studied oil paintings too?" Jiang Xiao asked with a smile. "No, I haven't studied it. It's just that the painting is too famous," I Ching-shan said softly. "It's on the same level as Venus Lisa." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't know what Sleeping Monass was, but he did know about the famous Venus Lisa smile. I Ching-shan's explanation was spot on. With a comparison, Jiang Xiao completely understood the value of those oil paintings. Star warriors were indeed double-edged swords. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would be able to get whatever they wanted. Inge and Fu Hei also looked at I Ching-shan in bewilderment. For soldiers like them who had dedicated their entire lives to the cause of Star Warriors, apart from a few paintings that they had heard of, other works of art were worthless to them, no matter how famous they were. Jiang Xiao, who had no artistic talent at all, even thought that the oil painting was a pornographic picture. I Ching-shan whispered, "Based on the old man's identity and strength, there's a high chance that those paintings are authentic." How sinful! Jiang Xiao couldn't help but curse. This old man must have robbed a lot of museums, right? Inge hurriedly looked at Fu Hei and said, "Brother, we just broke quite a few bottles and jars, as well as those flower pots and ornaments." Are they all antiques? Do they all have powerful backgrounds? Shoo. Fu Hei hurriedly put his finger to his mouth and made a shushing gesture. Jiang Shao laughed in exasperation and kicked Fu Hei's buttocks. What are you booing for? I didn't ask you to pay for it. I found something. Xia Yin suddenly exclaimed from the upper level. Let's go and take a look. Fu Hei dragged the shadow crow and hurriedly walked to the end of the corridor. Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress and looked at Yi Qingchen. Are you sure you saw? Qing Chan frantically shook his head and said, I'm not sure. It's just that the painting is too famous, and I don't know how to tell whether it's real or fake. I only realized that something was wrong after I saw Famous Girl. That's why. I fell asleep while watching that. Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress and said, These things are very valuable to them, but they're useless to us. They're not as valuable as star beads. Jiang Shao. Sister Xia Yin, you found the star bead. Little Chongyang suddenly exclaimed happily. Where? Jiang Shao asked anxiously, his interest piqued. Upstairs, the huge palace-like living room. Jiang Shao threw out the star power threads and led everyone to the second floor in a flash. The huge living room was resplendent, and at this moment, Xia Yin was wearing a cloak and floating in front of the exquisite chandelier in the middle. The chandelier was not an ordinary chandelier. There were strings of gems of different colors hanging on it, forming a waterfall effect. It was extremely luxurious. Jiang Shao blinked and flashed over. Are these star beads? Jiang Shao touched a string of large diamonds, and a piece of information appeared in his internal star map. Large diamond star bead, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Rock drilling magic box. Platinum quality 1-star technique is sealed in the star slot of the rock drilling magic box. When attacked, it will automatically release the sealed star technique. The star technique sealed in the magic box cannot exceed the quality of the rock drilling magic box. 2. Villa in the mirror. Diamond quality summons a villa space. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao looked up to see that there was not only one diamond in his hand, but a string. There were probably nearly 20 of them. And on this chandelier, there were probably more than 100 of them. What the heck? This old man? He's using the star beads as decorations? Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao expectantly and said, They're star beads, right? They just look like diamond jewelry. I didn't notice at first, but after I came over, I realized that there was star power flowing in them. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Yes. If I'm not mistaken, these strings of jewelry must have been produced in the gem mine area of South Africa. Jiang Shao raised his hand again and touched a string of rubies. Ruby star bead, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Glow of sincerity, platinum quality injects star power into the weapon, causing the weapon to emit a red glow and increase the speed of the weapon. The intensity of the glow is determined by the amount of star power injected by the user. 2. Ruby stone tool, diamond quality condensed star power, and summon a ruby weapon. The shape of the weapon is determined by the user's will. When carrying a Fire Series star technique, it can greatly increase the effect of the Fire Series star technique. That's great. Ing Crow laughed heartily and flipped the floor of the living room. Everyone looked down and was slightly shocked. Treasure chest. Ing Crow reached out and pressed his hand against the wall of air. Ing Crow was dumbfounded. There's a treasure chest here, too. The two brothers who were focused on flipping the floor reported their success, but Fu Hei's palm was also blocked by the wall of air. The treasure chest was right in front of them, but they couldn't reach it. Let's find a way in. There must be a way in, Jiang Shao said. As everyone flipped the floor, they were suddenly jolted awake. The floor was densely packed with treasure chests. How many treasures are hidden under such a large living room? Damn the wall of air, little Chongyang muttered, feeling like a kitten that had been scratched. He stepped on the floor of the wall of air again and again, but he just couldn't touch the treasure that was right in front of him. Just as everyone flipped the floor and turned the magnificent living room into a construction site, a little guy hopped in from beneath Jiang Zhao's feet. Black and white candle. All of a sudden, the members of the tail feather team were dumbfounded. They saw little candle hopping with its tiny feet under the wall of air and looking around curiously at the treasure chests that were larger than its body, as if it was walking in a maze. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao realized that little candle was not playing. It was really lost. Little candle looked left and right, but it couldn't find the exit no matter what. There were huge treasure chests everywhere that looked exactly the same. Little candle pursed his lips, lowered his head, face in grievance, and sat down on the ground. His pair of candle eyes also dimmed. "Hey, don't be afraid. I'm here." Jiang Shao was extremely distressed. He hurriedly lay on the floor of the wall of air and patted it hard in an attempt to get little candle's attention. However, something like the wall of air was really terrifying. The heavy patting sound seemed to be unable to reach little candle at all. Not only could it not transmit sound, but its perception was also blocked by the wall of air. Apart from Jiang Shao, everyone else had poor perception. However, the treasure under their feet could not be sensed at all. They could only rely on flipping the floor and observing it with their naked eyes. Jiang Shao turned to look at Chongyang and said, "Where did you take it to play just now?" Little Chongyang's eyes lit up. "Outside. I wanted to walk out of the villa just now, but there were walls of air everywhere. So little candle and I crawled out from the fireplace." Shadow Crow asked, "Which fireplace? The one on the first floor or the one on the second floor?" Little Chongyang answered, "The one in the restaurant on the first floor." Puff, puff, puff. Shadow Crow quickly turned into a one-eyed crow and flew out. Xiaoyan lay beside Jiang Shao and leaned her head over. She tapped the floor with her fingers in a bid to attract Little Candle's attention, but to no avail. She asked, "Did you crawl out of the fireplace?" "I'm too big and I can't crawl out, but Little Candle crawled in and didn't see it for a long time. Then I heard you say that you found the star bead, so I came over." Little Chongyang scratched his head in embarrassment. Jiang Shao glanced at Little Chongyang angrily and thought, "I asked you to be a nanny and have fun with Little Candle in the villa. Yet you lost your child?" More than 10 seconds later, a pitch-black crow hopped into the labyrinth made up of huge treasure chests under everyone's feet. It looked up with its scarlet eyes and spread its pitch-black wings. "Muah, the soundproofing is really good," Jiang Shao couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't hear any sound at all. Muah. Little Candle, who was sitting on the ground and feeling aggrieved and like it had been abandoned by the world, suddenly heard sound. It hurriedly stood up, blinked its eyes, and looked into the distance, only to see a scarlet eye. Little Candle was so frightened that it took a step back and hid behind a treasure chest. It then quietly popped its head out and sized up the pitch-black crow. The Shadow Crow leaped forward and pecked at Little Candle's bouncy body. It made people worry if it would puncture Little Candle's skin. Shadow Crow flapped its wings and flew backward, but perhaps Little Candle Flame looked cute, but it was a diamond-ranked creature. Shadow Crow discovered that it couldn't move Little Candle in this form. Little Candle was also in pain from being pecked by Shadow Crow's sharp beak. It shut its eyes tightly and seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage before charging towards Shadow Crow in front of it. Bang! Little Candle's collision star technique was of platinum quality. With a whoosh, the Shadow Crow flew backward, knocking over one treasure chest after another. Wow! Little Candle's mouth turned into an O shape. The treasure chest in front of it had fallen, and star beads were scattered all over the ground. After a long while, Shadow Crow, which had transformed into a human, crawled forward and appeared in front of Little Candle again. It pursed its lips and smiled at Little Candle before pointing its finger upwards. Huh! Little Candle tried its best to raise its face and look up, but it had no neck and could not lift its face. Hence, it couldn't see what was above its head. Jiang Shao came up with an idea and hurriedly retreated. According to the angle that Little Candle was trying to raise its face, he lay on the ground and waved at Little Candle. Here. Little Candle jumped up excitedly and seemed to want to jump up to look for Jiang Shao. However, with a loud smack, its chewy face was slapped directly against the air wall. Under the huge force, its round body was almost smashed into a pancake. A few minutes later, the few of them squatted in front of the fireplace in the restaurant and felt the arrival of the shadow crow Santa Claus. Jiang Xiao hugged Little Candle and stood behind everyone while comforting them gently. He also looked at the treasure chest that had fallen from above the fireplace. "We're rich. We're rich." Xia Yin grabbed the treasure chest from the fireplace and placed it at the side. She then opened it casually, only to see that it was filled with star beads that were emitting a strange glow. With a dull thud, another treasure chest fell from the fireplace. Xia Yin frantically reached out to move it away, but as soon as she did, another one fell from the fireplace. "We don't produce star beads. We're just porters of star beads." A total of 100 treasure chests were sent down from the fireplace. There was no longer any space for anyone to stand in the restaurant. Jiang Xiao hugged Little Candle with one hand and looked at the treasure chests on the ground. He bent down and randomly picked one before touching it with one hand. Pilfered Witch Star Bead, Diamond Quality, Star Technique. 1. Ocean Ridge Song, Diamond Quality, consumes a large amount of star power and begs for the energy of the ocean to produce a melodious song that will disrupt the target's mind and cause the living creatures within the range of the song to stay away from the singer. 2. Ocean Ridge Shelter, Diamond Quality, summons a steep ocean ridge space. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he found another treasure chest before reaching his hand into it. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened, and he was dumbfounded. Why is it still the Pilfered Witch Star Bead? Does this old man have a special interest in the Pilfered Witch Star Bead? Jiang Xiao looked for another treasure chest and reached his hand into it. Damn it! It's still the Pilfered Witch Star Bead? Damn it! If you like the Pilfered Witch Star Bead so much, why did you learn Villa in the Mirror? Why don't you learn Ocean Ridge Shelter? Jiang Xiao really refused to believe it. When he found the 6th box, he finally saw other star beads of star beasts. Sea Demon White Witch Star Bead, Star Quality, Star Technique. 1. Purification of the Sea Demon. Diamond Quality condenses star power and covers the body with star power water droplets to purify the negative state within a certain range. 2. Amphibious Sea Demon, Star Quality Passive Technique. Improves physical fitness in all aspects. Feels as comfortable on land as underwater and as comfortable in the water as on land. This! Jiang Xiao couldn't help but gasp. I got something from the lucky draw. I got a chest of star beads. Isn't Martha's Platinum Quality Purification of the Sea Demon going to be settled now? I can exchange and improve the quality now. Indeed, the real monsters are in the deep sea. I knew it. This old guy from Star Conversion has been robbing everywhere for his entire life. How could he not have any in stock? But then again, what does amphibious sea demon mean? Does it mean that one day these overlords from the deep sea will set foot on the land where humans live? Teach the insignificant and ignorant humans a lesson? Damn it. Jiang Xiao had a feeling that he seemed to have discovered something incredible. I'll continue at midnight. I'm looking for some tickets. Chapter 1188. For the leader of unravel. Jiang Xiao checked the star beads in each treasure chest and discovered that there were many types of star beads at the bottom of the sea. Of course, there were many on land too, such as the chessboard dimensional space that they had just explored. The old man had a total of 5 treasure chests of star beads from the chessboard creatures. To be honest, the quantity seemed to be sufficient, but the quality was mediocre. Don't get me wrong, those star beads were all high-quality star beads. Jiang Xiao was referring to the fact that there were too many star beads for the Imperial Guards and too few for the King and Queen. After Jiang Xiao sorted out the types of star beads, he gathered everyone in the dining hall of the villa in the mirror. Everyone sat at the long table in the dining hall and stared at the treasure chests on the ground in bewilderment. Just now, second last, Ho Mingming, Han Jiangxue, and the others were accompanying the 2 big fish to arrange for the chessboard creatures to settle in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Planet. They did not participate in the search of the villa in the mirror. When they saw this scene, Second last smirked and said, "That old thing is really good at accumulating wealth." Yeah. Jiang Xiao reached his hand out and gestured at the treasure chests on the table and floor. Now, these are all ours. Shadow Crow and Fu Hei, who were seated next to each other at the table, were whispering to each other while glancing at the huge oil painting hanging on the wall of the dining hall from time to time. Second last was extremely sharp. Of course, she heard the entire conversation between her two subordinates. This oil painting is probably real too, right? I know this. It's the last breakfast. This painting is really appropriate for the restaurant. Second last raised her head and looked at the oil painting in the middle of the wall, only to frown slightly. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "We don't know if these works of art are real or fake, so there's no point in keeping them here. You can deal with them as you see fit after the alien ball fuses with Earth." Jiang Xiao then rolled his eyes and said, "There are many more paintings like this. If they're all real, it'll be a waste to leave them here. Anyway, I don't want them. If you hand them over, remember to get me the honorary title of Good Citizen of the World or Art Defender. It'd be best if it's a military medal." Second last glanced at Jiang Xiao, but didn't recall. She was already used to Jiang Zhao's obsession with the medal. Han Jiangxue casually chose a place to sit down and reached out to pick up a star bead to observe. There were wisps of blue star power flowing in the crystal-clear star bead, which matched with her fair and slender fingers. To Jiang Xiao, the scene was like a piece of art. Yes, the priceless kind. Jiang Xiao asked, "Xia Yin, have you absorbed the purification star bead?" Not yet," Xia Yin answered. "I haven't had the time to absorb Bishop Elephant's star bead yet. I'm waiting for Xue to give it to me." Ever since Han Jiangxue acquired the star technique of black and white block and the ability to breed chessboard creatures, she was able to grind all the star beads of the chessboard creatures. It just took her some time. Jiang Xiao pointed at the treasure chest in front of Han Jiangxue and said, "That's the star bead of the sea demon White Witch. It's a star quality and has 2 star techniques. The first was the diamond quality Sea Devil's Purification, which could purify an area. The second was the star quality Sea Demon Amphibious, which can improve your physical fitness in all aspects and make you an amphibious creature." Xia Yin licked her lips excitedly and got up to walk past the long dining table. She then leaned towards Han Jiangxue and asked, "Does that mean I can move freely in the sea now?" Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "Strictly speaking, the original intention of this star technique should be to allow the sea demon White Witch to set foot on land, but in our hands, it allows us to set foot in the sea." Second last suddenly said, "It can improve your physical fitness in all aspects." Jiang Xiao chuckled to himself and thought, "She has indeed taken the bait. How strong is it to improve one's physical fitness in all aspects at the star level? Indeed, this woman only knows how to stack attributes." As soon as she saw that star technique, she couldn't take her eyes off it, just like a cat that had seen a grilled fish. Jiang Xiao walked over and picked up a treasure chest before pushing it towards second last. He said, "If nothing goes wrong, we'll have to set foot in the sea to hunt down the star conversion members in the future. It's good for you to learn the star technique for underwater survival." Second last reached out to grab a handful of star beads and let them slip through her fingers while making a crisp and pleasant sound. She seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Xiao took out a box of star beads and picked through them before handing the queen's star beads to Han Jiangxue. He then turned around and said to second last, "After absorbing these 2 star techniques, you'll only have 2 star slots left. Why don't you absorb the King's Carriage Mark and King's Carriage Transposition?" Second last inserted her hand into the treasure chest that was full of star beads and finally made up her mind to start absorbing the star techniques. She turned to look at Jiang Xiao and asked, "Why? Do you have any suggestions?" Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "I still think it's best for you to acquire a passive defensive star technique." Second last remained silent for a while before saying in a hoarse voice, "I need more output underwater." Second last was clear about how precious star slots were. However, in order to destroy the star conversion members, She was willing to give up her most precious star slots for underwater star techniques. Jiang Xiao sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. He simply took out a treasure chest and placed it in front of second last. He said, "First star technique of the Nether Sea Lord Star Bead, Diamond, Nether Sea Mist. It allows you to sense everything within the range of the mist while hiding in it. If you use it together with your body of fog, no one will be able to find you. Second star technique, Star Nether Sea Ship. You can create a ship with one slash and crush everything in front of it. These two-star techniques can be used both on land and sea." Second last nodded and said, "I thought you would give me the Blood Frenzy star technique. After all, I don't have any defensive star techniques and I can bleed." Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "Your star conversion is not a weapon, so it won't work well with you. In comparison, Lynx and Mist are better." "Okay." Second last nodded gently. Jiang Xiao said, "Think about it carefully. If nothing goes wrong, you won't be able to have two-star techniques in one-star map. So, after you absorb these four-star techniques, your star map will be considered to have graduated." Second last said, "I have output, teleportation, purification, concealment, sound, perception, and physical attributes. That's enough." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "I don't have a clone, defense," second last said. "I have gold quality endurance and diamond quality heart of nature." Jiang Xiao humphed and said, "Okay, I'll find you platinum quality endurance in the future." While speaking, Han Jiangxue, who was sitting across the long table, had already started spinning small black and white stones with her long and slender fingers. The black and white ring of stones was like a ring that was slowly put on her middle finger under Han Jiangxue's superb talent and control. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue had a peculiar expression on her face too. She once again focused and tried hard to control it. The ring of stones that was spinning slowly was further compressed and condensed, and it really looked like a ring. Jiang Xiao said, "You're just restricting yourself from using spatial star techniques. The range of the King Broken Ring is the range where spatial star techniques are prohibited." Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao and waved the ring on her finger away. Her superb control made Jiang Xiao click his tongue in amazement. The King Broken Ring not only had the effect of prohibiting the use of spatial star techniques, but its main function was to produce output effects that were similar to Ice Roar and Fire Tornado. When little Jiangxue turned the ring into a ring just now, her index and ring fingers clearly did not suffer any damage at all. "Is this, talent?" "So?" Han Jiangxue asked while looking at the dazzling array of star beads. Jiang Xiao asked, "What type do you want?" Jiang Xiao then hurriedly walked to the side and pushed a treasure chest towards Gu Shun. "Brother, don't just stand there. There are all kinds of star beads in Fairy Tale Forest. You can tell from their colors. You can replenish them yourself." Gu Shun was speechless. Fu Hei, Shadow Crow, the Great Sage, Hou Mingming, and the others were full of envy. Their star slots were already full, but none of the members of the Tail Feather Squad had their star slots full. Strictly speaking, Fu Hei's star slot was not full either. With the help of Jiang Zhao's sea-devouring robe, he had absorbed the soul of the sea-devourer cub, but the horse had yet to do so. In other words, Fu Hei still had a star slot that could be used at the current stage. However, he loved that horse so much that he didn't want to live without it anymore. Jiang Xiao also threw the Sea Demon White Witch's star bead to Yi Qingchen. At the side, Han Jiangxue said, "Compared to equipment, I'm more willing to believe in myself. My soul of the Sea Devourer is of platinum quality. Once I die in the battle, I won't have the ability to survive at the bottom of the sea. I'll probably be crushed by the water pressure." Jiang Xiao understood what Han Jiangxue meant. The soul of the Sea Devourer of platinum quality indeed couldn't keep up with the current pace. However, they were not Hopkins, and Han Jiangxue couldn't possibly kill her own star beast. Once Jiang Zhao's star technique was unsealed, he could try to infuse Han Jiangxue's soul of the Sea Devourer into it. Han Jiangxue continued, "However, I heard you say that the first star technique of the Sea Demon White Witch's star bead is purification, while the second star technique is amphibious body, which improves one's physical fitness. I already have a star technique that can purify a large area. I'm worried that the absorption will overlap. Jiang Xiao smacked his forehead and said, There's also the Sea Demon Black Witch. The first star technique is to disrupt the star power of the target within a certain range. The second star technique is also amphibious Sea Demon Black Witch. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao with a sullen gaze and said, I have a range disruption too. I absorbed incineration and Funyang, 2-star techniques in 1-star technique. I absorbed them in front of you. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened and he smiled awkwardly before saying, It's all right, I still have the Sea Demon General Star Bead. The first star technique is the Diamond Quality Sea Demon Will, which is Martha's star technique of perception. It can be used on land and sea, and its perception is stronger underwater. The second star technique is also amphibious Sea Demon Black Witch. As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's expression became a little unnatural. The Sea Demon clan also produces Sea Demon General Star techniques, which are the same as the Sea Demon General Star technique. However, the quality has been reduced by 1 grade. To be honest, I feel that the Sea Demon clan is plotting something big. Who knows, they might come to land from the sea one day. Han Jiangxue immediately nodded and said, That's it. What she lacked the most was perception. Compared to second last, Han Jiangxue's star techniques were considered flawless, and she had everything she wanted. It would be perfect if she could add perception. When Jiang Xiao handed the star bead to Han Jiangxue, he suddenly thought of something and said, By the way, do you want the Sea Demon Black Witch star bead? You can use your singing to scare away the enemies around you. You can also have your own Ocean Ridge shelter. The Diamond Quality Ocean Ridge shelter is not a small ocean ridge, but a small island. Martha has just absorbed it and gone in to take a look. She can already go into the sea to play. Wait a minute. Han Jiangxue held the star bead in her hand and had already begun to compete with it. It was indeed difficult for the Rules Awakened to absorb the star techniques of the Combat Awakened. However, it didn't matter. Jiang Xiao didn't have anything now, but he had a lot of star beads, boxes and boxes of them. What did the saying go again? A big haul. Unfortunately, the Shield Warrior Carlson and Assassin Ming of the Chinese organization should have their own space too. It's just that they were too ruthless. Big Cat couldn't calm down at all. They were too ruthless, and Jiang Zhao's withering bow was too powerful. Ming's body even withered as she spoke. Water droplets suddenly gathered around Xia Yan. Huh. Xia Yan sat on the chair and was also competing with the star bead, but she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. She turned around and saw Martha resting her elbow on her shoulder. There was a lazy and mesmerizing smile on her charming face. Martha leaned forward and whispered into Xia Yan's ear, I'm done. What about you? Get up. Xia Yan elbowed Martha and forcefully absorbed the star bead in her hand. She then turned around to look at Martha. Jiang Dada, what's so good about you? Let me see your star map. Martha's sparkling lips carried a mocking smile. She looked at the people in the room and lit up her star map. All of a sudden, the beautiful star map seemed to be even more dazzling than the treasure chests on the floor in the dining room. She was covered in platinum, diamonds, and stars. Among the 26 star slots that were lit up, there were very few that were gold in color. That was because Martha had a total of 29 star slots and had yet to find a suitable star technique for the remaining 3. Hence, some of her star techniques had yet to be upgraded to the highest quality. However, even so, the star map was already shocking enough. Her mother, Liana, had meticulously groomed her so that there were very few low-quality star techniques in Martha's star map. With the help of Liana's colleague, Plato, Martinau, it was no exaggeration to say that she had taken off. Chapter 1189. Jiang Latu was left alone in the villa to tidy up the place. Jiang Xiao then led the members of the tail feather team away from the luxurious villa and returned to the stone villa in the Calamity World. Comparisons were odious, and goods were tossed aside. It would be fine if he didn't look at other people's houses, But now that he had a clear comparison, Jiang Shao suddenly felt that his stone villa was too low class. However, there was a sense of belonging, a very warm feeling. Gold or silver, it couldn't compare to his own dog's kennel. Besides, I can at least breathe fresh air in this home. No matter how luxurious your villa is, you can't even get out of the door and the windows are blocked by the air wall. What's the use of that? After going through a series of fierce battles today, everyone was a little exhausted. Jiang Shou, who was guarding the place, had already prepared a feast and was waiting to reward the victorious heroes. However, before the meal, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue went to the tree hat bridge to ask for a bowl of soup from the old lady. A sip of soup before the meal, gulp, gulp. Jiang Shao tiptoed and looked up at the doting old lady in front of him. Seeing that Jiang Shao liked it so much, she even wanted to make another bowl for him. Burp, it's indeed an old prescription from Chuanyu. Jiang Shao burped and retreated to the side. Han Jiangxue also stepped forward and raised her hands to hold the old bowl that the old lady handed over. Jiang Shao said, "That old fellow Plato still has the end of black sky star bead." Huh? Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment while sipping her soup. Jiang Shao said, "In the dimensional space, there are two types of creatures. One is called the end of black sky, which is where your black sky instantaneous defense comes from. The other is called the end of black sky. These two star techniques are a little strange, and they give me an indescribable feeling." Han Jiangxue let go of the bowl, took a step back, and looked at Jiang Shao. "Tell me about it." At the side, the old lady looked at the remaining half a bowl of soup and couldn't help but look a little desolate. She seemed to want to say something to Han Jiangxue, but she opened her mouth and didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Shao gestured at the soup and said, "I'll talk while you drink." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and turned to look at the dispirited old lady before sighing helplessly. She did not care about the emotions of many people, including star beasts. However, under Jiang Zhao's instructions, she held onto the dilapidated bowl again. Jiang Shao said, "Into the black sky, a star-quality creature with two star techniques. The first is stars, black sky cage, which summons a black sky cage and imprisons all space-related star techniques within a certain range." Han Jiangxue suddenly stopped and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao said, "Within a certain range of your cage, star technique, any star warrior who uses a teleportation star technique will be teleported to your dark sky cage. If he used the star technique space wrap, the space door would be opened in the dark sky cage. But as you know, the space package needs to be connected by invisible threads of astral power, and it needs to be opened by the user's hand. So, under normal circumstances, the space door that is forcefully opened in the cage will immediately close." Han Jiangxue nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's a very powerful star technique." Jiang Shao nodded and continued, "The second star technique is called Dark Sky Mark, and it's of star quality. The user can place an invisible dark sky mark for about 10 minutes. During this period, the user can teleport to the dark sky mark at any time. It's considered another form of teleportation. The furthest distance is 200 meters, and it's fixed-point teleportation." Han Jiangxue finally finished her soup and nodded silently. "It's a very useless star technique." Han Jiangxue's evaluation of the first and second star techniques was poles apart. Indeed, Jiang Shao nodded and said, "The first star technique is of great strategic value, but it's also a double-edged sword. Most of our team members have teleportation and teleportation star techniques. Once you activate the dark sky cage on the battlefield, our team will be in chaos." Han Jiangxue said, "I can use it when I'm hunting." Jiang Shao said, "The problem is that the dark sky cage will forcefully teleport the target over, which will also pose a huge risk to you." Han Jiangxue said, "Besides, I'll have to take the risk of absorbing the second useless star technique to absorb the first star technique." She thought about it and said, "Let your decoy absorb it in the future. It might be useful when we catch space star beasts." Jiang Shao nodded silently and said, "Okay." Han Jiangxue walked forward with Jiang Shao and said, "Did you ask me to come out just for this? Why? Do you want me to absorb it?" "No, I'm just asking for your opinion. I mainly want to tell you that I'm going to transform you tonight, and then I'll fall into a deep sleep. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, So? Jiang Shao glanced at Han Jiangxue and said, Can I look at you a little longer? Do you think sleeping is a comfortable sleep? It's not like you haven't used star transformation before. You know how it feels. Han Jiangxue froze for a moment, and her gaze softened immediately. She reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently. Thank you for your hard work. Okay. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, I've advanced to the middle of the Starry Sky stage and stepped into the early Starry Sky stage. Starry Sky stage level 3 was the small threshold of the early Starry Sky stage. At this moment, Jiang Shao urgently needed to improve his strength. Of course, he didn't want to be stuck at the small threshold, so he spent 10,000 skill points and threw them into his star power realm. He didn't ask for anything else, but for the future to be smooth and not get stuck. He wanted to advance to the star power stage as quickly as possible. Of course, at this moment, Jiang Shao still had 138,174 skill points left. He could directly point to the half-step star power stage, but it would be useless to be reckless. There was a reason for the thresholds of each realm, especially the Starry Sky stage, where his physical fitness would increase exponentially. Using skill points to be reckless would only weaken the shackles that might be brought about by the threshold, but he still had to make up for his physical fitness. Since Jiang Shao couldn't escape such rules, he would just be wasting skill points. In the future, when he reached the threshold of the middle and late Starry Sky stage, he would use skill points to help him cross over. At this moment, Jiang Shao was in his youth, and his body was developing rapidly in all aspects, which was very compatible with the Starry Sky stage. According to the strongest talent standards, ordinary Star Warriors would be in their 30s or even 40s when they reached the peak of Starry Sky. By then, their bodies would have already grown. The concentration of star power on Earth was indeed not suitable for cultivation. Han Jiangxue said, Although your other star techniques have been sealed, you still have the space-time rift and calamity ruin. Yeah, what's wrong? Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue in bewilderment. Han Jiangxue said softly, After we finish eating, I'll gather the team members to stay at my shelter. When you sleep tomorrow, we'll go clean up the void area and help you kill some void calamity star beads. In the end, Han Jiangxue still absorbed the Diamond Harbor Shelter and Diamond Harbor Song Star techniques, which could be considered as making up for the shortcomings of her sound-related star technique. If an accident really happened and she encountered a tough opponent, she could sing the Song of the Sea, which to send all the enemies away. Feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, Jiang Shao said, Let's rest together for a day. When I wake up, we'll go to the void together. Han Jiangxue smiled and said, Don't worry so much. I'm using the King Crusher ring, so the void calamity shadow can only hop on one leg. It's very clumsy. Besides, Fu Hei and Qin Shen both have Sound of Silence. The team members are all very powerful. Jiang Shao said, although he did not give his blessing and use Sound of Silence, he still felt a little worried. Han Jiangxue said softly, The Tail Feather Brigade is different from before. The strength of the team has increased qualitatively. Don't worry. After dinner, take us back to China and blink. There, I'll open the Ocean Ridge space. Seeing that Jiang Shao was about to retort, Han Jiangxue put on a solemn expression and pretended to be cold. It's decided then. Jiang Shao puffed up his chest indignantly and said, I'm the brigade commander. Han Jiangxue suddenly reached out and tugged Jiang Zhao's ear. You're the younger brother. Yes, he's the stinky younger brother. A voice mumbled from the jungle behind them. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He turned around, only to see Xia Yan's figure. How dare you eavesdrop? Are you a dog? Han Jiangxue smiled and didn't take it to heart. Clearly, she, who possessed the Diamond Sea Demon will, had long sensed the existence of the people behind her. Knowing that she had been discovered, Xia Yan swaggered out and said, It's time to eat. We're all waiting for you two. It's so late at night. What are you guys doing sneaking around here? Let's go, Jiang Shao humphed. and looked at Han Jiangxue. When we go to your space later, bring Jiang Shou along and ask him to help you build a wooden house. At least, the team members have to have a place to stay. She could tell that Jiang Shao had agreed with Han Jiangxue's suggestion. Tonight, after Jiang Shao helped her modify, the members of the Tail Feather Brigade would go to the Void area to help him obtain the diamond-quality Void Calamity Star Beads. It would be useless for Jiang Shao to go personally because his countercurrent light had been sealed, and he wouldn't be able to inject any star beads even if he went. Han Jiangxue was right. The Tail Feather Brigade was no longer the same as before. If nothing went wrong, Jiang Shao should be able to improve the quality of his star techniques, space-time rift, and calamity ruin. He wondered what kind of quality was above the candle moon quality. What kind of qualitative change would the space-time rift and calamity ruin usher in? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao suddenly realized a problem. According to the past experience of improving the quality of his star techniques, the terrain of the Calamity Planet would be reset once it was upgraded. In other words, many things would have to be rebuilt again. Wait, that's not right. What's there to reset? Jiang Zhao's Calamity Planet is already a sphere with a 1:1 ratio. There's no possibility of improving it, right? Jiang Shao thought to himself and was full of expectations for the two star techniques. In particular, if the quality of the space-time rift were to be improved, would it really be able to teleport across dimensions? Jiang Shao frowned and felt that it was unlikely because he was very sure that Hopkins' star technique should be top-notch. Since he had a favor to ask of Jiang Shao, it proved that he couldn't teleport across dimensions. While thinking about it, Husky squeezed between the two of them and put an arm around each of their shoulders before leading them towards the tree bridge. I missed the time when it was just the three of us. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said softly, "If it weren't for this crisis, we would still be in the Capital Star Warrior Academy waiting to graduate." "That's right," Xia Yin said with a melancholic expression. "It's great to eat hot pot and sing songs." "Hey, Jiang Shao, if it weren't for the mission, would you have found a girlfriend too?" Jiang Shao suddenly blurted out, "Yes. Children would probably crawl all over the ground. I'll be Jiang Yan's father from now on." Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said cautiously, Xia Yin, I think we should change positions." Xia Yin suddenly strangled Jiang Zhao's neck and exclaimed, "In your dreams." Xia Yin gently hugged Han Jiangxue with her right hand and strangled Jiang Zhao's neck with her left arm before stepping onto the bridge of helplessness. Behind them, Granny Z pressed her hand against the tree and watched as the three of them quarreled and disappeared into the night. It's the 29th. I can't vote for the monthly ticket anymore. The Almighty is chasing after me so fiercely. I'm going to resist symbolically. Hurry up and hand it over. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.